hopefully sooner rather than later. But in the meantime, we appreciate their commitment to safety and service. On behalf of City Council, I'd like to recognize the efforts of our employees. Thank you for stepping up, showing leadership, innovation, courage, and commitment. And we're going to show you the video that was created for the employees.
March 2021 marks 1 year of COVID-19 response at the City of Regina. It's been a year of unknowns, a year of new ways of working, and new ways of providing service.
People have spent more time at home. They've spent more time, walking in the community. And I think there's an increased appreciation for our park spaces and the city services that people just expect every day.
I think it's incredible that the City of Regina pretty much didn't miss a beat. They adapted and they leapt forward to serve their community and continuing to deliver services, frankly, we rely on, but oftentimes maybe take for granted.
We have people that have had to really interact with citizens, and when they put themselves at greater risk because of the nature of their job. And whether that's our firefighters, whether that's our transit drivers, or whether that's our staff that are out there working on streets and bridges, our team at the city provides vital and critical services that really impact the quality of life of people that live in our city.
And for them to continue to work the way they're working has been impressive and something I think we should all be proud of.
We've had leaders that have led like they never have before, and we've had new leaders emerge. So people have really stepped up, and I can't say enough about how the team has responded and, the appreciation, from myself as city manager, but all of our executive team and the community at large.
Their dedication to coming to work and providing those services that we rely upon in the city is admirable and something that we're all very proud of.
And we'll be stronger as an organization because we have come together and we have learned, and we'll be a much better organization in terms of how we work together and how we deliver services to the community.
We continue to work together to help those who need it most. My sincere gratitude and appreciation for being innovative and ensuring we continue services and programming for all residents.
So to all our employees, I want to thank you for your efforts. Your work is so important and so appreciated.
As we continue to work through this together, my request to each of you is simple. Hang in there and keep up the great work. To all of you employed with the City of Regina, thank you.
Good afternoon. I'll call the meeting to order now. Good afternoon and welcome to the March 31st, 2021 City Council meeting. And we'll acknowledge we are on the traditional lands of the Treaty 4 territory, a treaty signed with 35 First Nations across southern Saskatchewan, parts of Alberta and Manitoba, and the original lands of the Cree, Saulteaux, Dakota, Nakota, Lakota, and on the homeland of the Métis Nation. To ensure social distancing measures are being met.
Good morning, and thank you for joining us for a Tax Practitioners Board webinar. My name's Anna Miliauskas, and I'll be hosting today's session. We've created this webinar to connect directly with you. We value your opinion, and today's an opportunity to raise any questions you have directly with us. I'd also like to remind you that today's webinar will count towards your CPE or CPD.
Okay. To ensure social distancing measures are being met during this time, some members of council and city administration are attending the meeting today through video conferencing. In fact, most are. I'd like to remind those members who are attending through video conferencing of the following. Please ensure your video camera and microphone are turned off. If a member of council wishes to speak, they enter the name in the chat window in order to be placed in the speaking queue. When speaking, remember to unmute your microphone and enable your video camera. All votes will be conducted with a recorded vote. Delegations will be attending the meeting today through teleconferencing to address council on various items on the agenda. Can I have someone move a motion to approve the agenda at the call of the chair?
So move, Bresciani.
Thank you. Can I have a seconder?
I'll second.
Thank you. Any opposed? Carried. Can I have someone move a motion to approve the meeting minutes from the City Council meeting held on March 10th, 2021?
So moved, Statachuk.
Seconder? Sorry, apologies. Seconder?
Bresciani.
Any errors or omissions? Seeing none, any opposed? Carried. The clerk will now outline today's agenda.
Thank you, Mayor Masters. Members of Council, as you know, you have an ambitious agenda before you today. In consultation with administration respecting the urgency or priority of reports, and as per the agenda having been approved at the call of the chair, today's agenda items will be proposed to be considered as follows. Reports and associated bylaws that require a public hearing, delegations and the report respecting the Sir John A. Macdonald statue, delegations and the report respecting Dewdney and Maple Leaf Pools renaming, delegations and the reports respecting the 2021 re-evaluation update and tax policy, delegations and the reconsideration motion respecting Lawrence Street contract zone, approval of the suspension of in-person meetings in Henry Baker Hall, the appointment of the Integrity Commissioner, introduction of 2 notices of motion, one from Councillor Stevens and LeBlanc, and one from Councillors LeBlanc and Zahidniak, the report respecting 2021 property tax exemptions, and 2 bylaws. In addition, time permitting with this meeting, the following reports will also be considered this afternoon. Delegations and the report respecting the City Centre Core Partnership Framework, and delegations and the report respecting the Regina Economic Recovery Grant. At the conclusion of the meeting, the intention is for the following reports to be tabled to the April 14th meeting of City Council. Delegations and the report respecting the Heritage Conservation Interim Policy. Delegations and the report respecting cycling safety and passing. Delegations and the report respecting Councillors Shaw and Bresciani's motion, re-recreation for persons with disability. Delegations and the report respecting the plan to end homelessness and its related bylaw. Report respecting housing incentive policy updates. Report respecting safe sidewalks update. And the delegations impacted by the proposed tabling of these items will be contacted this afternoon by my office.
You might want quick comments on
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Moving on to the public hearing, published notice bylaws, and related reports. We'll now consider item CR 21-44, Regina Appeal Board composition. Councillor Hawkins, may I ask that you introduce the report?
Thank you very much, Mayor Masters. This simply sets, as required by law, the compensation rates for the newly restructured Regina Appeal Board. I'd ask the City Clerk if he has anything else to mention. I would only say that the reports, the rates seem very reasonable to me.
Thank you, Mayor Masters. This is in keeping with our other quasi-judicial board, the Development Appeals Board, in terms of its remuneration, and we are currently in the final recruitment processes for members of the public wishing to serve on this board, and a report will be forthcoming later.
Thank you very much. I move the recommendation, Madam Mayor, and I'd ask for a seconder.
So moved, or second. Councillor Kidniak.
Thank you, Councillor Zakidniak. Any questions from members on the report? Seeing none, I'll call on the clerk to call the vote.
I'll begin with Councillor Hawkins, please.
In favor.
Councillor Stadnichuk.
In favor.
Councillor Stevens.
In favor.
Councillor Bresciani. Councillor Bresciani. Councillor Findura.
In favor.
Councillor LeBlanc.
In favor.
Councillor Shaw.
In favor.
Councillor Zahidniak.
In favor.
Councillor Mancinelli.
In favor.
Councillor
Your
Moore.
Worship,
In favor.
Councillor Bresciani.
in favor.
Mayor Masters.
In favor.
Carries unanimously. Mayor?
We'll now consider the bylaws that require a public notice and/or a public hearing, and I'll turn it over to Deputy Mayor Bob Hawkins.
Thank you very much, Mayor. I move, seconded by Councillor Shaw, that bylaws 2021-25, 2021-20, 2021-21, 2021-22, and 2021-23 and 2021-24 be introduced and read a first time.
Thank you to Deputy Mayor. Could I call upon the City Clerk to speak?
Thank you, Mayor Masters. Council is now considering these following bylaws requiring a public hearing and whose related reports were approved at the March 10th meeting of City Council. Bylaws respecting to change the composition of the Regina Appeal Board from 3 council members to 5 citizen members and to set out the terms, meeting dates, procedures, and remuneration. Bylaw to accommodate future commercial development in the core area neighborhood plan. Bylaw to rezone lands to accommodate future commercial development on the 1600 block Halifax Street. Bylaw to rezone lands to accommodate a parking lot on the 1700 block Quebec Street. Bylaw to rezone lands to accommodate future low and medium density residential development and the installation of a cellular communications tower in the town subdivision. And a bylaw to rezone lands to allow flexibility regarding front and rear lane access to residential lots in the Greens on Gardner subdivision. As these are public hearing bylaws, Mayor, the public is afforded an opportunity to speak to them. There is no one who expressed an interest in doing so.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Mr. Deputy Mayor, would you like to proceed to the second and third readings?
Thank you. I move, seconded by Councillor Zakitniak, that bylaws 2021-25, 2021-20, 2021-21, 2021-22, 2021-23, and 2021-24 be read a second time.
Any comments from members? Any opposed? Councillor Hawkins?
Thank you. I move, seconded by Councillor Mancinelli. The Council hereby consents to that bylaws 2021-25, 2021-20, 2021-21, 2021-22, 2021-23, and 2021-24 going to third reading at this meeting.
Any opposed? One more time.
Thank you. I move, seconded by Councillor Moll, the bylaws 2021-25, 2021-20, 2021-21, 2021-22, 2021-23, and 2021-24 be read a third time.
Any questions or comments from members? Seeing none. Any opposed? Carried. Thank you. We have communications on the next item from Darren Milo, Christopher Holcomb, Jackie Schmidt, Jerome Melisson, Linda Miller-Wenman, and Russell Fayant. I'll now ask the clerk to read Russell Fayant's communication into the record, subject to the 5-minute time limit.
Thank you, Mayor. To Regina City Council, Madam Mayor and Councillors, please accept the following written submission concerning the John A. Macdonald statue in Victoria Park. As an Indigenous Studies instructor at the University of Regina, a longtime resident of Oskanika, Asateki, Regina, and an Indigenous person of this territory, I've spent much time pondering the presence of the statue in question. I would like to first explain why some of the possible solutions presented are problematic, and subsequently present my own idea as to what should be done with the statue. Many believe the statue should remain in the park and that an information plaque should be added to explain Macdonald's role in the destruction of Indigenous societies and the imposition of genocidal policies on Métis and First Nations people. Oral history and academic scholarship has long established the role of Macdonald played in disrupting traditional practices through such racist policies as the building of the National Railway, which disrupted the migration patterns of the bison, the imposition of residential schools, the reserve system and pass permit system, which broke up Indigenous communities and prevented First Nations people from living lives of dignity and independence. The withholding of seed, implements, and rations to those Indigenous groups accused of participating in the Northwest resistance. the 15-year-long persecution of Louis Riel and his people for their role in creating Manitoba, the unfair and illegal trial of Louis Riel, which MacDonald insisted be held in a territory rather than the province of Manitoba, which would have secured Riel a fair trial, and the implementation of the Métis script system, which decimated the Métis land base and dispersed Métis people and communities. Adding an information plaque to the statue, regardless of who contributes to the information, does not diminish the role MacDonald played in these acts of genocide, nor does it ameliorate the trauma that Indigenous peoples must endure every time they walk past the statue in a prominent area of downtown Regina that is hard to avoid. Some observers have noted that the statue is an invitation to have difficult discussions about the colonialist legacy of MacDonald. For Canadians, there's no more ubiquitous name than MacDonald's. It's on currency, building, and roads. It's in textbooks, curricula, and indeed our national consciousness, and is not in danger of being forgotten if we remove one statue. For Indigenous peoples, the stories of trauma and genocide related to MacDonald are embedded in our oral histories. Moreover, they are present in any number of social conditions our communities experience, such as poverty, marginalization, and cultural loss, which are a direct consequence of his legacy. We live, breathe, and navigate MacDonald's legacies daily and do not require a statute to remember them or to have these difficult conversations with settler Canadians. The benefit of having the statue remain with additional information does not outweigh the harm of traumatization. One of the main functions of a city is to protect its citizens, as is evidenced by the City of Regina's steadily increasing police budget. The City of Regina has a fundamental obligation to prevent harm to its Indigenous citizens by not prominently displaying a figure which causes such harm and discomfort. As a city and as a society, we've made great strides in hearing and understanding Métis and First Nations perspective. However, we have come to this place largely through the work of Indigenous peoples themselves. It should not continually be the responsibility of Indigenous peoples to bear the brunt of teaching, explaining, and sharing the true history of Canada, which at its heart is the story of one people coming to best possess the territory, resources, and livelihoods of another. We live in an area of reconciliation where it's incumbent upon settler Canadians and governments to make brave and moral decisions that demonstrate a real willingness to listen to and work with Indigenous peoples to create a better society for all. The statue needs to be removed. No plaque, no added information or landscaping will make it any less traumatic for Métis and First Nations citizens. A brave and moral decision would be for the city to work with the RCMP Heritage Centre to move the statue to that site. Doing so accomplishes several goals. The statue remains intact, but it is moved to a spot where people can choose to see it rather than being forced to experience this act of ongoing colonial violence as they pass through a prominent section of downtown Regina. It allows for space to be created where a plaque could be added to explain what once stood there and why it was removed. Additional information could be added explaining the Indigenous histories of this particular territory. It removes the burden placed on Indigenous peoples to constantly explain their resistance to the statue. In doing so, it creates an invitation to the RCMP to explain, examine, and teach about their role in upholding the genocidal policies of John A. MacDonald. I want to thank the city for engaging in this consultative process. Although many municipalities have already moved their John A. MacDonald statues, I am encouraged by the thoughtful engagement used during this process. As a teacher of history and someone who has traveled Canada extensively, I have long bemoaned the absence of Indigenous culture and symbols in Regina that feature prominently in other cities such as Winnipeg, Saskatoon, and Vancouver. I look forward to an era of Indigenous inclusion in Regina where citizens can be reminded of our contributions and histories around every turn. I was part of a group of Métis citizens in 2010 who advocated for the permanent inclusion of the Métis flag at City Hall, which made Regina the first city in Canada to do so, made even more remarkable by the fact that this was the city in which Riel was executed. I'm proud to be a member of the Métis community and a citizen of Regina. Today, instead of discussing an inclusion of an important symbol, we are discussing the removal of one, and I will be equally as proud of the city as I was on the day of our flag raising, when and if they make the right decision to remove this harmful and constant reminder of legislated racism and genocide against Indigenous people. Respectfully submitted, Russell Fayan.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Can I have someone move to receive and file for CP 21-7, CP 21-8, CP 21-9, CP 21-10, CP 21-11, and CP 21-12?
I'll move. Andrew.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. May I have a seconder?
Mancinelli.
Thank you, Councillor Mancinelli. I'll call the question. Any opposed? Hearing none. Carried. Our first delegation is available. I would like to call upon Delegation David Garneau. Please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any questions that the members of Council may have for you. Good afternoon, Mr. Garneau.
Hi, thank you very much. My name is David Garneau. I'm professor of painting and drawing at the University of Regina, but I'm just here representing myself. So I moved to Regina 21 years ago, and in order to get a feel for the place, I walked. This is a beautiful place, but I was stunned to see a statue of John A. Macdonald in the middle of the city. As a Métis man, I was puzzled why citizens here in a city of few statues chose to erect this one to celebrate someone who had never visited the place. Knowing that Louis Riel was hung in Regina and played such a dramatic role in helping shape this region, I was surprised to see Macdonald rather than Riel memorialized. John A. Macdonald refused to commute Riel's death sentence for treason. He was an architect of the reserve system, the Indian residential school system, and other anti-Indigenous strategies ranging from the aggressively assimilationist to the genocidal. There are no statues of John A. in all of Western Canada. There was one in Victoria at the entrance to the City Hall there, but they removed it in an act of reconciliation, and we need to do the same. The statue was not an artifact of the 19th century. It was not installed after Macdonald's death, but in 1967, during the rise of Indigenous rights movement. The object's not history, not a text, a story, or other literal record. It's an effigy. It was also a deliberate and perpetual provocation of Indigenous people. The placement of this statue is not a neutral act. It was designed to remind Indigenous people what happens to those who resist colonization. I avoid the park. In the first years I was here, I only visited once a year, November 16th, the day Riel was executed. I left small nooses at the foot of the metal man. One year, I even left a full-size noose. It was a private response. Nearly 7 years ago, I thought about doing something more public. For the 2014 anniversary of Riel's killing, I worked with Dunlop curator Blair Farnwald and performed Dear John, Louis David Riel. Dressed as the spirit of Riel, I petitioned Macdonald in a pantomime and eventually turned my back on him and went into ceremony. January 10th, 2015, with curator Aaron Sutherland, I remounted the performance in John A.'s hometown of Kingston, and as a counter-monument and a reaction to Canada 150 and the Riel Opera, I restaged the performance in Ottawa. 3 years ago, wearing a golden Riel suit, I did a related performance in Regina called Dear John, It's Not Me, It's You. This time, Riel speaks and tries to convince John A. to retire with him to the nearby museum. So the statue was not erected by Indigenous people. It was made by and for settlers to honor one of their ancestors. So it's up to settlers to decide what to do with it. In its place, I suggest a conciliation medicine garden tended by Indigenous and non-Indigenous folks and a living memorial to Indigenous residential school survivors, and also an opportunity for us to engage in perpetual conciliation. Thank you very much for the opportunity to share my thoughts.
Thank you, Mr. Garneau. Do any members of council have any questions of the delegate? Seeing none, I'll thank you very much for your presentation this afternoon, sir, and ask that you leave the meeting.
Thank you.
Yep. I'd like to call upon Delegation Carrie Bellegarde Opunachau. Please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any questions that the members of Council may have for you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I would like to say hello to the City Council, and I'd also like to extend my thank yous to everyone that has spoken today and has associated with the removal of John Today, I'd like to thank you for giving me the time to speak about why I feel John A. should be removed from Victoria Park. I am from Regina, and I live in the North Central neighborhood. I was here for 30 years. I'm a survivor of the 60s scoop. I was one of 20,000 Indigenous foster care adopted out to non-Indigenous families. We were put into foster care or adopted out to non-Indigenous families. I went through 13 foster homes, and then I was finally adopted by a Mexican woman married to a Ukrainian, Scottish, Canadian man in Canada from Outlook, Saskatchewan. I was told to leave at 15 from this home. I was on the streets until I was 18. I grew up not knowing who I was, who I belonged to, or where I was from. I didn't even know I was Cree until I was 16 years old. And it was only 2 years ago when I finally got all of the documents that I needed to apply for Indian status. I am 45 years old. I also feel that racism and segregation amongst us all runs heavily through our city, our province, our country. I believe that if I am told to get over it, likewise, those who feel this way can forgive and move on as well. I was assimilated, yet I took the good from the bad. I feel that if I, who was the underdog growing up, can be successful and happy, that others can join me in my thinking, racist-free and without judgment. Regina and area needs to see this, and through the past year, I have experienced the most racism and attacks on myself as a woman and a mother, and I'm just another citizen. All of this trauma and lack of support from the government's first decision to remove me from my mother made my life very difficult. I struggled for many years. I intend to speak up for those that struggle too. Warrior blood runs through my veins, and this is the only reason I'm here today, because of my family's resilience, because of our First Nations blood. I'm a descendant of Napase, also known as Iron Body. He was a Plains Cree warrior who fought for his people as well, alongside Chief Big Bear. They were dying from starvation and disease at the hands of the Canadian government, namely under John A.'s act of the Starvation Act. The children were being abused and starved to death. It was either rotten or the Indian agent, known as Thomas Quinn, withheld it just to be cruel. And as we know, in the April Fool's incident of 1885, almost 136 years ago to the date, the Cree warriors knew the people faced extinction if they didn't do something. They stood up for their people and paid with their lives. The biggest mass hangings in Canada. My grandfather was one of those 8 warriors hung to death by John A. MacDonald. He said the executions of the Indians ought to convince the red men that the white man governs. To make this point clear, he invited Indigenous young students from the Battleford Industrial School, and they had to watch these men hang. In 2016, Regina City Council made its first commitment to reconciliation. Council unanimously approved the motion to honor, acknowledge, accept responsibility, and participate in actions outlined in the TRC Commission of Canada 94 calls to action. I am asking the Council act now on this commitment by acknowledging the ongoing harm in our community caused by having the statue in our city square. It is a constant reminder to the red men that the white man, just as John A. MacDonald said in 1885, Indigenous people in Regina cannot heal and move forward in reconciliation on our own. We need your help. I'm asking you today to please help us by removing the statue from Victoria Park and helping re-educate our youth and the blind-sided people. History must be rewritten to tell the facts, not just one side. It can be learned and observed from inside a museum or a safe place with the proper content for it. Thank you. May the Creator walk with you all.
Thank you, Ms. Upuna-Chow. Does any member of council have a question for the delegate? Seeing none, I'll thank you very much for your presentation this afternoon and ask that you leave the meeting.
Thank you.
Kayla? Yeah. I'd like to call upon delegation Kayla McClelland. Please introduce yourself for the record and the organization you're representing, if any. You have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any question that members of council may have for you. Good afternoon, Ms. McClelland.
Good afternoon. My name is Kayla McClellan, and I am representing myself. I am a Cree, Soto, Statliamo, and Scottish woman, and I'm speaking to you from the territory of the Cree, Soto, Lakota, Nakota, Dakota, and Métis. Should be returned to them as the original and eternal stewards of this land. I am an intergenerational residential school survivor, and I've spent the majority of my adult life dedicated to bridging the gap between Indigenous and non-Indigenous youth so we can see true reconciliation in this lifetime. I've lived on treaty for my entire life, as did my ancestors before me. This is a testament to the fierce love my ancestors had for me and all generations after me. My standing here is nothing short of a miracle given the genocide against the people of this land at the hands of John A. Macdonald. Which leads me to what I'm here to talk about today. I want to voice my support in favor of moving the John A. Macdonald statue. And I hope it's redundant for me to mention the true history of John A. Macdonald. This monster was responsible for decimating Indigenous peoples on this land. He enacted the caste system, the residential school system, mass starvation, and more. It has been proven that trauma affects our DNA, and it is passed down through generations. And with all due respect, I notice that no one on City Council looks like me. So when you walk past the statue of John A. Macdonald, your body doesn't remember your grandparents emaciated, begging for food for their children, but mine does. And I know I'm not alone in that. Regina has committed to reconciliation, but reconciliation requires more than one party, and more importantly, it requires listening to those who have been historically harmed. Indigenous people have been extremely clear in their desire to have the statue removed. We shouldn't have to beg you yet again to stop harming Indigenous people. If this is not enough to sway your vote to the side of decency, I want to remind you of 8 Americans who were murdered last week. Their names are Delana Yan, Yao Jitan, Dao Yu Feng, Soon Chung Park, Young A. Yu, Soon Cha Kim, Hyan Grant, Paul Michaels, and they were all murdered in an anti-Asian hate crime. The shooter's racism was emboldened by his government. We have watched from afar the devastating effects of othering those who look different than us, while simultaneously believing that Canadians are somehow better. But I want to read some quotes to you. The Aryan races will not wholesomely amalgamate with the Africans or the Asiatics, and that the cross of those races, like the cross of the dog and the fox, is not successful. It cannot be and never will be. Chinese exclusion was necessary, or so he told the House. The Aryan character of the future of British America should be destroyed. These are the words of John A. Macdonald. He dehumanized other races, equating them with animals in an attempt to rob them of their humanity. These words were fuel for anti-Asian racism that we still see today. We must condemn these acts and these words. We must condemn this man, especially because he was not afraid to voice his desire for a country with Aryan principles. And yes, these are the same Aryan principles that Hitler desired for Germany and resulted in one of the worst acts of genocide in world history. John A. Macdonald was a white supremacist to his core, and this is not someone who should be commemorated in a public park. I say this not only as an Indigenous person, but as an ally to those racialized communities who have also been harmed by the legacy of this man. So I would like to finish by paraphrasing Councillor Hopkins from last week. He said we must join hands to fix the problems that plague Regina, but how can we join hands if our wrists are still bound by the chains of colonial violence? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McClellan. Do members of council have any questions for the delegate? Thank you very much for your presentation this afternoon. I'll ask that you please leave the meeting.
Thank you.
I would like to call upon Delegation Trevor Lockness. Please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any question that members of Council may have for you. Good afternoon, Mr. Lockness.
How are you? I'm Trevor Lockness. I'm not representing any organization. I'm a member, resident of the City of Regina. I talked to a few councillors yesterday about this issue of John A. MacDonald and being removed or put away for 1 year and then, looked upon later to see where he'll be relocated. The first problem I have is I don't have any trust in government to relocate it. Any statue or project that over the last 20, 30 years that's been put down from City Hall has never been put back up unless it's been private money. Another prime example is we have a Louis Riel statue that's been in storage for over 25 years at the Mackenzie Art Gallery, I am told, by someone at the Mackenzie Art Gallery. And it just, every administration passes on to the next administration. And, I just don't believe that. But the relocation, one thing I'm disappointed in the city, how they have not even looked out to see if anybody would even take him. So he could belong to the RCMP barracks. No one from the City Hall has contacted RCMP. Nobody's phoned the last two or current Minister of Central Services and Ford to see if he could be moved to Wascana Park Authority. No one's called Wascana Park Authority. No one's called Government House. So we haven't even thought of a plan of moving him. And one thing, why even put him in storage for a year? Why not just move him to his new location right away? The city has $30,000 budgeted for that. Let's just move him right away if that's the plan. My second issue is the lack of public consultation that's happened. There has been groups talked to the previous administration, Michael Frigere, which, talking to some councillors, he never passed information on to you guys about the pain and that groups are feeling or why he should be removed. And thirdly, there are other options. In the States, for example, in the deep south, the Alabama areas, they have removed some statues, yes, but a lot of the statues that they did keep up on consulting with both sides is they put plaques on the statue of both sides of the story by a certified university or historian, not just radical groups on either side, to tell the story. So when a person walks through the park, they can read the good and the bad of John A. MacDonald by a certified person. John A. MacDonald did do things that offended Native people. Yes, he did. One of the worst things, he called them savages. He did residential schools. The majority of residential schools were actually opened up in the early 1900s by other prime ministers. So we should take their statues down too. And it just keeps going and going that you guys are opening up a can of worms. Next, we're going to have to remove Tommy Douglas' statues and Weyburn and names of his buildings because he said bad things about certain groups. Nobody in our Canadian history is perfect. John A. MacDonald, though, did create one of the best countries in the world that people flee to under circumstances. And we're lucky to even be living in a country designed by John A. MacDonald that we can talk about leaders' statues coming down. But I really do believe how you guys are going about this without public consultation. You guys can just, poll, take it for what it's worth. The CTV poll just showed 77% last time I looked at it that they do not want it moved. Now, that might not be Regina residents. That could be all over Saskatchewan, all over Canada, for we know. But that's even if it's out 10%, that's still a huge number of people that want him to stay out. So maybe I'm on the wrong side of history on this, of the research I've done and the fan I am of John A. MacDonald. And I am first to admit he did do some bad things, as did every other prime minister up until current history has done something to neglect a group. Many prime ministers in the early 1900s did things to Jewish people, to black people, and it's not a thing, but we should be looking also at the good things. And the statue down or not or relocated, he's still our first prime minister, and we need our kids to know our history. And let's bring that Louis Riel statue out of storage so that when my 8-year-old kid walks through the park, he knows who John A. Macdonald and Louis Riel is. Every kid in Regina should know who Louis Riel is. So we need more statues of, chiefs and the reconciliation. My 8-year-old knows more chiefs than I do because of what he's learning in school. So we are moving in the right direction, but let's celebrate our history more. And taking him down, it really hurts. And some of the counselors, I really hope you guys are listening today to, the public consultation, that you really delay this to listen to the public and not just use your ideology. Some of you guys have made up your mind before even listening to the public, and I don't believe that's your role as an elected official either. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Mr. Lackness. Do any members of council have any questions for the delegate? Seeing none, I'll thank you for your presentation this afternoon, Mr. Lackness, and ask that you leave the meeting. Mr. Lackness, are you still present? Apologies, Councillor Stevens, with the delay. I apologize. I believe he's off the line now.
No worries.
I would like to call upon Delegation Gillis LaValle and John Hopkins of Reconciliation Regina. Please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, and you'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any question that members of Council may have for you. Good afternoon, Mr. LaValle and Mr. Hopkins.
Good afternoon, Your Worship, members of Regina City Council. I think I was on an elevator to the moon with that music. But anyways, we're not here to talk about music. My name is John Hopkins, and I am here today as a board member of Reconciliation Regina. With me is our chair, Gillis LaValle, a proud member of Cowessess First Nation. The calls to action are just that, a call to action, as opposed to a call to consult, discuss, debate, or ponder. This is about acting and getting something done. There's a great deal of action that needs to be done, including economic reconciliation, cultural reconciliation, educational reconciliation, judicial reconciliation, and so much more. Moving Sir John A. Macdonald is a call to move the monument, not destroy it. Perhaps there's an opportunity to move it to the museum, government house, the RCMP grounds, or Waskana Center. We're not saying that it should be destroyed in any way, shape, or form. The monument is offensive to many people, both Indigenous, and I think this is important, and non-Indigenous, because not only was he the father of Confederation, but also the father of residential schools. A school system that systematically looked to take, in quotes, the Indian out of the Indian. For many, many people, schools became a chamber of horrors, a place of cultural genocide, family destruction, physical abuse, and sexual abuse. And for almost everyone who attended, it was a place where one was stripped of being a person to the point where many committed suicide. It was a house of horrors that lives with us today through intergenerational trauma, a loss of culture, pride, and so much more. This is what Sir John A. Macdonald means to so many. As a committee, we had long discussions about this topic, but at the end of the day, we concluded that the time for talk is over, and the time to take action is now. I want to assure members of council that this will not be the only that together we will stand with you, not so much to correct the injustices of the past, but to work toward an inclusive community that embraces all people, Indigenous and non-Indigenous. Thank you.
Thanks, Johnny. My name is Gillis LaValle, and I happen to have the honor of being the chairperson for Reconciliation Regina. I want to share one quick story with City Council, and this is just in regards to one individual. And we can't do a lot of things to change a lot of different scenarios that we're dealing with here, or a lot of different accusations in regards to education, or all sorts of different stuff coming, because this gets really overwhelming when we're talking about reconciliation and what we can do as a community. But I just want to share, because I took this role on because I wanted to make something different for one person. That's all, just one person. And I wanted to make things different for my father, who went to residential school. And when he was quite quiet about different scenarios that had happened to him in the past, and I could see the impact that it had on him. And you talk about intergenerational trauma. Yes, it is there. And people don't understand that these policies and these ideas that came forward from an individual that literally wanted to annihilate a whole race of people. Mm-hmm. So when I went through this process and I listened to my father when he was sharing in regards to residential school, and he was talking about being sexually abused, and it puts a lump in my throat today. When he talked about being physically beaten because of these policies and because of the direction that was given in relationship to this individual. Talked about the mental aspect to it. And not only that, they literally beat the spirit out of you. Doing that, he lost all his culture, which was what was supposed to happen. So in many cases, this was a success story for that individual, or for people that might come forward and say, we need this here to educate it. Believe me, we have been educated enough. We have to do something in order for this to have an impact. And please act swiftly. Thank you very much.
Wow.
Thank you, Mr. Hopkins and Mr. LaValle. Does any member of council have a question of the delegate?
Andrew, just in case my name doesn't come up quicker.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, delegates. Meaningful contribution. Can you provide some insight as to perhaps where the statue would be better placed? I know there's some discussion around relocation. That's actually what we're proposing here. Is there a suitable location that balances the harm and the pain that John A. Macdonald clearly means to people, with still allowing it to be up somewhere with a more honest reflection of his legacy?
Gilles, you want to go first?
Well, yeah, I can answer. I can go first in regards to this. I just think that that is something that there needs to be discussion and there needs to be debate in regards to that component of it. I mean, the only way we can solve a lot of these issues is by putting solutions forward. And right now, putting this forward and having this removed is a good solution to the Indigenous community in Regina, in Saskatchewan. Secondly, I mean, if you came forward with 2 or 3 different ideas or components, whether it's part of there's a political process with it for the legislative building, or putting it behind there, or maybe moving it out to the RCMP barracks and talking a little bit about that, because they seem to be going through issues in relationship to racism and different aspects that they're dealing with on an ongoing basis. So this could be an educational tool out there as well in regards to that area. But first and foremost, we should have this removed, and then we should have the discussion after in regards to what we're going to do with it.
And if
Johnny?
I could add to that, Councillor, if I could just add to that, I think that the museum would be a great place for Sir John A. But I think that it should include not only was he the father of Federation and residential school, but maybe some of the quotes that he had in the House of Commons in 1882. And I quote, "I have reason to believe that the agents as a whole are doing all they can by refusing food until the Indians are on the verge of starvation to reduce the expense." And I mean, that's really what happened back in 1882. Thank you.
Councillor.
Thank you. That's all.
Oh, thank you, Councillor Stevens. Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you very much for coming forward. I have just a question in regards to the reconciliation and the report that kind of have come reporting to council. And I guess I'm not sure. I know I attended a couple of the meetings early on, and I just want to ask about the engagement process that came forth with the Indigenous, or with the, I would say, I think there was about 75 community champions is what, when we were originally talking about this. Can you just elaborate on the communication and the, how was the, I guess the consultation done in this matter with the elders and the chiefs and the members and the other, I guess, community champions? Through you, Madam Mayor.
Gilles, I'll just start off on this one if it's okay with you.
Okay, no, go ahead.
The history of this is that we did have a number of different meetings where we called people together and talked about the call to action and the importance of the call to action, not just for Indigenous people, but for non-Indigenous people, because I think that's really an important focus of the calls to action. And so we had a series of meetings. We had a healing circle. We ensured that we had elders at every single one of the meetings that we had. We've had a series of meetings together as a group to talk about, okay, what actions need to be undertaken, not what talk needs to happen, but more about what are the actions that we as a community need to undertake to ensure that this is a welcoming community for Indigenous people. And we've talked about everything from when you drive into Regina from the number 6 or the number 1, what lets you know that you are part of Treaty 4? Absolutely nothing. There's a big sign that says welcome to Regina with the old script and all of that, but none of it lets you know that you're in an Indigenous country, Treaty 4 country, and proud to be in Treaty 4 country. That's something that we need to look at. We need to look at, Sir John A. Macdonald is another one. Missing and murdered Indigenous men and women, that's another one. I mean, there's a lot of different things that we need to do as a community. So this is a community that really, truly is inclusive. I can remember it wasn't all that many years ago, and sorry I'm going on so long, but there was the Piapot First Nation Urban Reserve came up, and there was some controversy about that. And at the time, there was comments that was made, and this was the comment: what use is there to have Indian treaty rights if you can't use them? And those are some of the things that we're trying to activate. And one of the things, I'll stop with this and let Gil take over. One of the things that we did that I think was very, very important was the healing circle, where we gave people the opportunity to say whatever they want. And we came back to that at the last meeting to say we need to do more of that. Thank you. Gil?
Just to add to that, I guess a little bit is a lot of the situations that we have to deal with today have very little to do with being inclusive of what we're doing. When we have to continually talk about past pain, suffering, injustice on an ongoing basis and justify why we're doing that in order for us to have success that has nothing to do with being inclusive. It has everything to do with being divisive. And at times, politics utilize a fractured community or a divided community in order to be subjected to listening to certain messages that are coming across where nobody's being accountable or nobody's being held responsible. And I think this is a great, great opportunity for somebody to step forward and say, yes, we understand this process, we're assuming responsibility, and we've got a solution for it. Because if you want to talk about these different components, everybody has a different view on it. Not everybody has a solution for it. And what we're doing here today is we're trying to deliver a solution. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing that. I guess just the last question I have, and is in the again, I think the biggest piece that I want to know, that I know that not everyone was in agreement, and I think that, was there any discussion that there should be a greater conversation with the community in any of the discussions that were held with reconciliation, and if it be outside of more of the knowledge keepers and the elders and the chiefs, was there a conversation that Elder Larry Oakes might have had conversations with or a request of through you, Madam Mayor?
Kelsey, start.
Yeah, I can talk. I mean, there's all sorts of elders that have been shared information in regards to this. I don't know the specific details, or we had Harry Francis is being involved, Larry Oakes has been involved, and they've all been through this process here of trying to make a difference or trying to do something, whether we're dealing in a judicial area or an educational area or a health services area, any sort of area that has some sort of Indigenous recognition to it or Indigenous engagement with it. And I think that's the problem that we're kind of having, is that people are so subjected and trained to think that society as a whole is first and foremost what we have to deal with here. And by keeping that vision forward, you literally close your mind on thinking about what has actually happened here. When you take a look around and you do look at the sickness, and you look at the social services aspect to it and the judicial aspect to it, when we've got, I honestly believe it's as high as 89% of individuals incarcerated are of Aboriginal ancestry. When we make up 16% of the population, do you have to start looking at that and understanding that there is an issue here that we have to deal with? And a lot of these issues are generational trauma issues. And by us dealing with somebody that literally tried to annihilate and suck the life out of Indigenous people in this country is a good step forward. A great step forward. Thank you.
If I can just add to that, Councillor, what I would like to say, and I apologize to the city manager for this one, but when I hear stories of people that it's too hurtful, it causes too much pain to come downtown, I think that's a call to action enough, at least in my book. And far too often the people don't want to act, and one of the ways, and I say this with all due respect, one of the ways that they'll do that is say, we need more consultation. Well, we've had lots of consultation. The time is to act. Thank you.
That's all I have. Thank you. Thank you very much for appearing.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. Any further questions from Council? Seeing no further questions, I'll thank you very much, Mr. Hopkins and Mr. LaValle, for your presentation this afternoon and ask that you please leave the meeting.
Thanks so much. Have a great day.
Thank you.
I'd like to call upon Delegation Florence Stratton. Please introduce yourself for the record, organization you're representing, if any. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any questions that the members of Council may have for you. Good afternoon, Ms. Stratton. Yes, Council, one moment. We're just having a bit of technical difficulty. Ms. Stratton, are you on the line?
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Did you hear my earlier prelude?
Yes, I did, but yeah.
Excellent.
Right, yeah, thank you so much. Florence Stratton, I'm representing myself. I was very happy to see the recommendation from the Executive Committee that City Council direct administration to relocate the Sir John A. Macdonald statue and place it into storage while consultations occur. The plaque that was at the base of the Macdonald statue in Victoria Park, until some brave soul recently removed it, read, John A. Macdonald, Father of Confederation. What the plaque doesn't say is that Macdonald used genocide as a major tool in his making of the Canadian nation. In 1878, Macdonald implemented a policy of starvation against Indigenous peoples living in the area that was to become Saskatchewan. His goal was to force Indigenous peoples onto reserves and thus clear the plains for white settlement. In Macdonald's words, quote, we are doing all we can by refusing food until the Indians are on the verge of starvation. Macdonald's starvation policy meets the criteria of genocide under the definition provided by the UN Convention on Genocide. Article 2C, quote, deliberately inflicting on the group conditions of life calculated to bring about its physical destruction in whole or in part. Macdonald was also responsible for establishing the residential school system, schools that were designed to strip Indigenous children of their cultures and languages. Thousands of Indigenous children also died from neglect, abuse, malnutrition, and disease while they attended these schools. The residential school system also meets the criteria for genocide, Article 2E, forcibly transferring children of the group to another group. The plaque that used to be at the base of the Macdonald statue in Victoria Park also doesn't mention that Macdonald was a white supremacist in terms of immigration policies, opposing Chinese immigration on the grounds that it would dilute the British character of Canada, and imposing the Chinese head tax in order to discourage immigration to Canada. This after hundreds of Chinese workers had died while working to complete the transcontinental railway that Macdonald is given credit for. Two of the most common objections to removing the Macdonald statue are, you can't change history and you can't erase history. My response to these objections is a question. Who changed or erased history? I grew up in Regina in the 1940s and 50s. The elementary school I went to was, until recently, named Davin, after Nicholas Flood Davin, the man who authored the report advising the government of John A. Macdonald to establish residential schools. Throughout my schooling in Regina, both elementary and high school, I learned absolutely nothing about the genocidal and racist policies advanced by Macdonald and Davin. That was the case even at university. That part of Canadian history had been changed or erased by the educational system, and Macdonald and Davin were presented to us as figures to be admired and emulated. Also erased from the school curriculum was the history of Indigenous peoples on this land during the tens of thousands of years before it was called Canada. Ignorance of history is a way of covering up past crimes. It is also a way of legitimizing the way society is arranged today. Genocidal and racist policies and practices are not just a thing of the past. They are a feature of present-day Canada. For example, the over-apprehension of Indigenous children in the child welfare system. 86% of the children in state care in Saskatchewan today are Indigenous. The failure of the police services to provide protection for Indigenous women and girls. The coerced sterilization of Indigenous women. High poverty rates. 40% of Indigenous children in Canada live in poverty. The lack of potable water in so many First Nations. Canada's temporary foreign worker program. The list goes on. I hope the education system is no longer changing or erasing the true history of Canada, and I thank the City of Regina for providing its citizens with an opportunity to learn Canada's true history through the discussions of Macdonald as well as Dewdney. Our task now is to carry on the struggle to root out the racism in contemporary Canadian policies and practices, and more broadly, to decolonize this place we call Canada. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Stratton. Do any members of council have any question for the delegate? Seeing none, I'll thank you very much for your presentation this afternoon, Ms. Stratton, and ask that you leave the meeting.
Thank you. In contemporary Canadian policies and practices, and more broadly, to decolonize this place we call Canada. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Ms. Granovsky-Larson.
Thank you, Ms. Stratton.
I'd like to call upon the delegation to please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any questions that members of council may have for you. Good afternoon, Ms. Granovsky-Larson.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can now, yes.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Rebecca Granovsky-Larson. I've organized with Clonadilla No More and other groups, but I'm representing myself. Part of the ongoing legacy of John A. Macdonald is that in 2021, Indigenous people are still having to participate in a traumatizing debate about whether it's appropriate to collectively honor the perpetrators of genocide against their people. There is little debate that Macdonald did premeditatedly inflict genocide. He intentionally employed policies of mass starvation to forcibly remove Indigenous people from their homelands and oversaw the creation of the residential school system. As historian James Dashek notes, Macdonald may have built the country, but he built the country on the backs of the Indigenous people. Even the right-leaning National Post has consistently conceded that it is obvious that Canada's first Prime Minister, Sir John A. Macdonald's policy of starving First Nations to death in order to make way for the Western expansion of European settlers meets the criteria of genocide under the Genocide Conventions. It is past time for the settlers who have benefited from colonization to decide if they want to continue aligning themselves with the white supremacist and genocidal policies of this country's founders. The attempt to whitewash Macdonald's legacy continues to this day, as evidenced by those defending his legacy with no thought about the people whose lives he stamped out. But we must always remember that history is made up of the choices of individuals. It is neither mechanical nor inevitable. The reality is that Macdonald was even considered dangerously racist by his peers. He was the only member of the Canadian Parliament to use the term Aryan during the 1870s and 80s, and was unique in arguing that Asians were a separate species from Europeans. He shifted the government for the worst, and in reversing the policy of his predecessors who favored keeping immigration open to non-Europeans. We can choose to keep celebrating the history of the conquistadors, or we can look to those who resisted. Let us not forget that Macdonald was a contemporary of the Louis Riels, Gabriel Dumonts, Harriet Tubmans, and John Browns of the world, who actively fought white supremacist violence. Historians have also noted that it can't be a coincidence that the only John A. Macdonald statue existing in Western Canada, outside Victoria, is just a stone's throw away from the site of Riel's hanging. It's a deliberate provocation of white Canada against Indigenous people. People who are guilty of a race people claim that we are going to erase the history of our country in taking down these racist statues, but as historians have also pointed out, the genocide that took place in the 1880s in Saskatchewan has been erased from the provincial and national historical consciousness. I read one Regina resident compare removing the statue to getting rid of Auschwitz, But the more accurate comparison would be if Berlin today chose to maintain statues in honor of the intellectual authors of genocide. As a Jewish person, I'd find it traumatizing to see statues extolling the virtues of Himmler, Eichmann, or Hitler take center stage in the parks of my city, particularly if had there never been a reckoning to the profound ongoing harm committed by these actors. The ghost of MacDonald reverberates to this day. His residential schools made way for the 60s scoop, and the fact that a larger number of children currently reside in our foster care system than did in the residential school system at the height of its existence. There are ways to teach history that don't perpetuate trauma against Indigenous people. If counselors can't even make a symbolic gesture of advancing reconciliation when they've been clearly asked to do so, what hope do we have of undertaking more comprehensive, systematic changes? We can do better than honoring the authors of both cultural and physical genocide in order to atone and heal from the project of ongoing colonization. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Granovsky-Larson. Are there any questions from members of council for the delegate? I see Councillor Stadnichuk.
Oops. Thank you, Mayor Masters. Through you, Mayor Masters, a question for Rebecca. You mentioned, you and the previous speaker, Ms. Stratton, both talked about McDonald's policies being considered genocide under UN standards. I've had some people tell me that everything that the first Prime Minister did at the time would, in those days, would not have been considered genocide or unusual for colonial governments. I'm just wondering if you want to comment on that statement.
I would strongly disagree with that. During the formation of the residential schools, they were actually told by physicians about the outbreaks of tuberculosis and that it was resulting in mass deaths, and they proceeded to do that anyway. And there were people that argued against all these things at the time, and I think it's very important historically to remember that because it often does get written out of history. Riel actually made alliances with Scottish settlers in the area and with Métis people and with a broad swath of people who actually didn't want to perpetuate genocide. And so I think it's important to remember that history too, and also to honor that history, because often the history that gets told is the history of what are considered the victors, and the history that we are not getting told enough is the one of the people who have, when the people who were mass starved in the founding of our country.
Okay. No, thank you very much for that. No more questions.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stadnichuk. Any other councillors for a question? Seeing none, I'll thank you very much.
Sorry, I do, Mayor Masters, sorry.
Thank you, Councillor Bresciani.
For some reason, I can't go into the chat, so it doesn't let me. Thank you for your presentation. Can I just ask a question? Do you know, and obviously I think your history well, and there's been some talk out there, and some had said that Sir John A. Macdonald did not invent the residential schools. They were already invented prior to his time in 1831. Would that be accurate?
My understanding is they were enacted. Sorry.
Go ahead.
My understanding is that he did oversee the enactment of the schools. And I'm not saying placing the entire history of colonization just on him, but I think he was one of the worst architects, and he was pretty stridently open about all of these views. He openly wanted to assimilate Indigenous people into this European worldview, and he did actually advance very new concepts that actually hadn't been around in Canada before, about the complete superiority and separation of the Aryan race that his contemporaries actually found very shocking. So he definitely was he definitely did ask for the report from Davin about the foundation of the residential school system, and a lot of it did come in the coordination around his time. There was admittedly pushes before him, but when it really came into existence was under Macdonald. So I would put this on him.
Okay, I'll leave it there. Thanks very much.
Thanks, Councillor Bresciani. Seeing no further comments from Council, I'll thank you for your presentation this afternoon and ask that you please leave the meeting.
Thanks.
I would like to call upon delegation Pastor Stuart Miller. Please introduce yourself for the record and the organization you're representing, if any. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any questions that members of Council may have for you. Good afternoon, Pastor Miller.
Good afternoon, Your Worship the Mayor, Council members, fellow citizens of Regina and Saskatchewan. My name is Pastor Stuart Miller, and I address you as one of the many faith leaders here in our city, specifically as a pastor of a Christian Lutheran church that has nationally, provincially, and congregationally made intentional commitment to be reconciling people in the world. As to the topic of today's conversation, we have also made commitments at each of those levels to both support the calls to action of the Truth and Reconciliation Committee and to the work on the ground of healing our relationships with Canada's Indigenous people. Let me begin by saying that I am acutely aware that the work of reconciliation is a hard, variously painful, often messy and complicated business. And to truly engage ourselves in that work is a commitment to deep honesty, self-examination, and in the language of many faiths, repentance. There is no small irony that we are having this conversation when, as a Christian, this week we remember exactly how much that kind of commitment can cost in compassion and active, intentional self-sacrifice. First and foremost, it is, of course, a commitment to the healing power of truth. Even when facing the truth means that we have to face our past culpabilities. And even when that means that some of the people we once looked upon as heroes of history are shown to have been considerably less than heroic. The commitment we make to that truth and healing means that many of us do need to be jolted into awareness of how our colonial history continues to infect us, how it clouds us from realizing that our not-so-subtle racism shapes our attitudes and actions, and finally, how privilege insulates many of us from understanding the pain that our history has inflicted on the Indigenous people of our community. And in John A. Macdonald's case, as I understand it, so too the Asian people of our nation. Knowing what we now know about the fuller legacy of John A. Macdonald, our commitment to truth, compassion, and reconciliation thus demands that we face the fullness of that story, maybe especially right now, the more painful legacy of that narrative. Sensitivity demands that we realize what giving his statue such a prominent place in our community does to continue to re-victimize people already scarred by the ripples of that past. Most certainly when the fuller context is not also shared. In light of all of this, I join my voice with those before me who passionately call to have this statue removed from its place in the park. And if another less prominent place is found to sensitively display it, so too must the fuller story of Macdonald's legacy be given equal prominence. Thank you for listening to me today and considering my thoughts.
Thank you very much, Pastor Miller. Do any of council member have any questions of the delegate? Seeing none, I'll thank you again very much for your presentation and ask that you please leave the meeting.
Be given equal.
I'd like to call upon Delegation Prescott Demas. Please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, and you'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any questions that members of Council may have for you. Good afternoon, Mr. Demas.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Prescott Demas. I am from Chinookawakpa, Dakota First Nation. I reside here in Regina. I have been an advocate for a few things in the past couple of years here. A couple of years ago, I had helped in doing a petition to order removal of John A. McDonald. And, I think that was in 2017. And I did talk to a lot of people, and as always, you have 2 points of view. You have the white and your school-taught version of who John A. McDonald was to settlers and colonized people, and then you have your indigenous version. So the school version is taught that John A. McDonald is the father of Confederacy. He was your first prime minister. He's also on your $10 bill, and he is everywhere in Specklesville District. We'll talk about one simple statue that me as an Indigenous person and how I see him, because John A. McDonald, is father, architect of residential school systems, the Indian Act, the reserve systems, and all the cascading effect that colonization has just from those simple policies that were put forth. Residential schools and how RCMP were created, and they teamed up with the church and the government of Canada. RCMP, they helped to take the children away from the parents and bring them to the schools. The schools did their part with the church to help assimilate Indigenous people, and they changed the people. Because out of there, we brought back things like the disciplines that were imposed on my grandparents, and they brought that home. We changed our lifestyles, but even still, residential schools, they changed into what's known as the 60s scoop. And we as an Indigenous people were actually given citizenship in 1960, which is when the 60s scoop happened, because we were all of a sudden citizens. So laws and rules, policies were created to legalize it, the practice of taking Indigenous children, handing them out to white families, and essentially taking us away. Still, that same policy of what the residential schools did, the assimilation, the taking away of our culture and our traditions. The 60s scoop continued that and still took us away from our families and gave us out to white families who make us forget who we were. And even now, today, the millennial scoop, the high overrepresentation of Indigenous kids within the foster system, laws created to allow that to happen and to just displace us as people. And those are the effects of John A.'s policies to me. That's my... John A. has... A lot of people will see him. And I've said that even on the world stage, I've heard mention of Hitler and how Hitler, even Hitler looked at John A.'s reserve systems and based his concentration camps on the way on Canada's research systems, as well as South Africa's apartheid system. Canada's Indian Act provided the blueprint for that. That's John A.'s contribution to the world. But here we have the statue, and what I tried to talk about is trying to build that relationship with Indigenous people and Canada. And, having to look at that statue and having a constant reminder of what he's done to our people and the two opposing views. And John A., we've heard that he's, white supremacist. Part of some of his quotes were, in creating the residential schools, when the school is on a reserve, the child lives with his parents, who are savages. He is surrounded by savages. He is simply a savage who can read and right. So, I mean, like, Saskatchewan in the 1920s was a hotbed for KKK activity. Well over 20,000 members here in Saskatchewan, and those ideologies did not change, from their children. Because by 1960 is when we were given Canadian citizenship, those rules that kept us on the reserve, we are finally able to come out and, but we come out to very hostile province, territory. However, some of the most racist places are the towns that, are right beside reserves, existing reserves. Those are effects that we have to face: racism and discrimination, and just. Yeah. I think in the past few years, and I was a vocal member of the Justice for Our Stolen Children camp, and I talked a lot on these ideologies and that racism that existed and the discrimination and all those things. And I think that finding a place for John A. Macdonald, people have talked about the history. We are erasing history. Everybody can go to a museum and view their history, etc. I'm in favor of moving John A. to a museum where, I think I might just want to end up with reconciliation and the term reconciliation, Regina. One thing, reconciliation, and we are reconciling something. We're reconciling something with indigenous communities. And what are we reconciling? We are reconciling the policies of John A. Macdonald, which are the residential schools in the 60s Scoop, and all the trauma that has come from it. That's what I think reconciliation is, and we can start by building a better relationship with First Nation communities by removing the statue and putting it someplace where more people can enjoy it, like a museum or an RCMP, or even in front of City Hall, or as I said, or as I told Andrew here at his place. Thank you. That's all I got to say.
Thank you, Mr. Demas. Does any member of council have any questions? Seeing none, I'll thank you very much for your presentation this afternoon, Mr. Demas, and ask that you please leave the meeting.
Thank you. Removing the statue and putting it someplace where
I'd like to call upon Delegation Ralph Watsky. Please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any question that members of Council may have for you. Good afternoon, Mr. Watsky.
Good afternoon. My name is Ralph Watsky. I'm a retired lawyer, and I'm also an enthusiast of Canadian history and also archives. And I'm not formally representing any organization, but informally, I represent many of my fellow enthusiasts of history and archives. And also, I would suggest the silent majority of Reginans, which polls have shown that the vast majority of Regina residents oppose the removal of the statue and basically the erasure of history, and that's basically going to be the focus of my presentation. My feeling is that in whatever consultations have supposedly taken place, that the voices of the vast majority of the people of Regina have basically been ignored and downplayed. And like I say, most Reginans, don't approve of the cancel culture or the toppling of statue that seems to be so commonplace nowadays in places such as the United States. I am the first to admit that Sir John A. Macdonald was far from a perfect person, that he did he did make errors, and he did some things that may be considered negative. But from a historian's point of view, I take the position that some of the accusations that are being made against him are basically very much, exaggerated and polarized and taken from a 21st century, very politicized perspective. And so basically, he was the founder of our country, for better or for worse. Without John A. Macdonald, Canada as we know it would not exist, and the Western Canadian provinces, especially the Prairie provinces, would not exist had it not been for him. So basically, for these reasons, I would oppose the removal of the statue or the elimination of Macdonald from Canadian history, as some people are seeking to do. There are some really extreme remarks have been thrown about, like especially genocide. Genocide is basically mass murder of a population, and this does not appear to have occurred in Canada towards the Indigenous people, although it may have occurred in the United States, where there was a much more negative treatment of the Indigenous population by the United States government. And in fact, some, have actually fled the United States to settle in Canada because of what was happening there. So it's an abuse of the term genocide, a term that didn't come into existence until the 1940s. Genocide, people such as the Armenians, the Ukrainians, Jews, and the Rwandans were victims of mass murder by various regimes that were governing them. And this is what the term genocide was devised to reflect, is a mass murder, usually by government forces of a population. And nothing even remotely resembling that seems to ever have occurred to the Indigenous population of Canada, whether under Macdonald's watch or any other. So it's an abuse of the term. Genocide is a very strong term, and it's not appropriate to use that. There was also criticism of Macdonald for allegedly, founding the residential school system, and the perception of that I have gathered from my research is that the residential schools were actually intended to benefit the Indigenous people by providing them with an education. There was nothing mean-spirited or evil about it, and people seem to have morphed it into something, something that it was not. And it's true that some people had a bad experience with residential schools, and there had been abuses in it. But my perception is that the school systems actually benefited the students in it far more than they harmed them. And there's also talk about reconciliation, and it seems that there's been a misrepresentation of what reconciliation really means. Reconciliation means basically creating peace, harmony, healing, and acceptance, by both sides of each other. And the way that reconciliation seems to be used, especially in the Commission report, is basically a very politicized, version, which in fact seems to exacerbate divisiveness between the various groups of people in Canada, rather than peace, healing, and acceptance. So those are basically my comments on that. Like I said, polls have shown that the vast majority of Regina's population oppose the removal of the statute and consider it to be an erasure of history. And although not everything in our history, was good and beneficial to all concerned, it is part of our history. And McDonald was indeed, the founder and father of our country, for better or for worse. It would be wrong to erase his memory or delegitimize him.
Thank you very much, Mr. Watzke, for your presentation. Councillor LeBlanc.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor, I just want to make sure I understood the delegate correctly. So, sir, I heard you to say that residential schools had a net positive impact on the Indigenous children who were forced to attend them. Can you just confirm that I heard you correctly on that point?
Well, yes, basically that's so, and I've been told that by some Indigenous friends and acquaintances who attended those schools, and they found it to be a very positive experience. One lady that I know who was Indigenous, who unfortunately has passed away, she indicated that she was very happy there, that she got an education there, and the nuns treated her and the other students very well, and she was actually able to escape an abusive home on her reserve, which was filled with violence and substance abuse. So she was very happy with the residential school experience, and others have commented that to me as well. And as far as being forced to attend school, non-Indigenous children were also forced to attend school, and not everybody was happy about going to school. But without an education, it was not really possible to survive or thrive even in the 19th century society. And that's the reason why the schools were instituted. It was basically kind of a fast, almost emergency measure to educate the Indigenous population so they could survive and thrive in the modern world.
Thank you. And my second question, through you, Madam Mayor. Sir, I believe I heard you say residential schools were not a form of genocide. My understanding, and I've seen it, is the Truth and Reconciliation Commission report does call residential schools genocide. I just want to confirm whether you disagree with that assessment.
Well, I disagree with that very strongly, because I'm a student of history, and I'm of partial Ukrainian descent, and Ukrainians were a victim of a real genocide in which about 7 to 10 million Ukrainians were starved to death by the regime of Joseph Stalin in the 1930s. And that was indeed a genocide, just like the similar genocides of the Armenians and Jews and Rwandans and other people, in the world mostly over the 20th century. And so it's wrong to describe, because there was not a mass murder of Indigenous people in Canada, at least, so for that reason, it would not be properly described as a genocide, because it was not a government-inspired or government-created mass murder of a population.
Thank you. I have no more questions.
Thank you, Councillor LeBlanc. Councillor Stadnicek.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Watzke, a question through the mayor to you. Have you read the city administration report that we're dealing with and why we're having this discussion? Did you have a chance to read that report?
Was that the 4-page report that was posted on the website?
Yes, so the legacy review?
Yes, I have.
Okay, so question through you again, Madam Mayor. You said that this is about erasing history, it's cancel culture, it's toppling statues. In the report, the proposal is to move the statue to a different spot to tell the full history. Do you still see that as erasing history?
Well, we don't really know for sure what's going to happen with the statue. Another person who made a presentation recently, which I basically agree with the presenter in that case, said that there was a statue of Riel that was removed 25 years ago and has never seen the light of day since. So it seems to be the case that when statues are taken away, then oftentimes they never come back. So there's somehow I have my doubts. I think it would be better to leave the statue where it was. I seem to disbelieve that some of the really extreme remarks that Indigenous people are afraid to go to Victoria Park because that statue is there. And I somehow disbelieve that because I see lots of Indigenous people in the Victoria Park all the time. I go there very, very often, and the statue is actually fairly small and inconspicuous compared to the cenotaph, which is the main feature of Victoria Park. And if people want to avoid the statue, it's very easy to do that because it's just basically to one side, and many people don't even notice it. When going by there, because it is fairly inconspicuous compared to other features of the park, such as the cenotaph. But yes, I've read the report, and I seem to I would seem to dissent with it because I don't think we should be interfering with statues. Sir John A. Macdonald was memorialized because he was one of the fathers of Confederation, the founder of Canada, and he was basically the person who was responsible for bringing what are now the prairie provinces into Canada. So most of us would not be here today were it not for Sir John A. Macdonald, and Canada as we know it probably would not exist. That the prairies would have been taken over by the United States, for example. So that's basically my viewpoint on that.
Through you, Mayor Masters, as a historian, have you read James Dashuk's book, Clearing the Plains, or any of the books about the history of Macdonald's years and Indigenous peoples written by Dr. Blair Stonechild?
Well, I've heard of those books. Like I've read some books about Macdonald and about histories of the Native peoples in Canada. I may not have gotten a chance to read those particular ones, but of course, my understanding of reading reviews of them is that they seem to present a somewhat, biased and an extremist interpretation of that period in Canadian history. But I'm certainly willing to read that. But I don't think that the alleged sins of Macdonald are so severe that it's necessary to basically remove his memory from, like in Orwell's 1984, putting him down the memory hole.
Through you, Mayor Masters, if you said you're of Ukrainian descent, that there was genocide of Ukrainian people during the Great Famine, how would you feel if you had to walk by a statue of Stalin every time you went into the park?
would not be happy about it, but obviously, there's very few statues of Stalin, left in the world today. I think probably the only ones are one in Georgia and some in Russia. So I would not be happy about it, but I'm aware that most of the statues of Stalin were in fact removed even before the end of the communist regime in the Soviet Soviet Union, and statues of other leaders of this dictatorial regime were removed. But MacDonald was not a dictator. MacDonald was an elected prime minister, and like I say, he may have made mistakes. He may have done some things that were not in the best interest, but he was the founder of Canada and the founder of the Canadian West, and we must continue to remember him, and not because basically if the removal of MacDonald from history is basically removal of Canadian history, because now we have no father of our country, and that basically makes a big vacuum in the historical record.
No further questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Stadnichuk. Seeing no further questions from Council, Mr. Watsky, I'll thank you for your presentation today and ask that you please leave the meeting.
All right, thank you.
I'd like to call upon Delegation Star Andreas. Please introduce yourself for the record and the organization you're representing, if any. You have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any question that members of Council may have for you. Good afternoon, Ms. Andreas.
Yes, I'm Star Andreas. I'm not with no organization. I'm with the Creator and my elders. I am calling from the statue right now in Victoria Park.
Mr. Watsky, I'll thank you for your presentation today and ask that you please leave the meeting.
I cannot hear you.
I'd like to call upon Delegation Star Andreas. Please introduce yourself for the record and the organization. Ms. Andreas, are you on the phone?
Yes.
You'll have to stop the recording or watching the committee meeting while you speak, otherwise the echo will be a playback constantly.
I have to stop the recording? Can you hear me?
We can now, yes. Please proceed.
Okay. I'm at Victoria Park at the statue right now. The reason I started, or most of us started sitting with the statue out here, mine was for the kids that never made it home from the residential school. The 8 warriors that were hung, and for Mr. MacDonald starving our people. They made us eat grass, and he promised us food, but he said, April Fool, and tomorrow's April Fool. I don't want to destroy the statue. I just like to see it relocated somewhere that makes sense, like the museum, the steps of the legislative building, or the government's house. Sorry, I'm just kind of emotional right now. And if the city decides to relocate it, I'm hoping that the elders and the people will have ceremony while taking it down or removing it, to have a ceremony in the park. I just want to say that we're still here. He is, and give us a chance to be successful in the future. So I'm not into destroying your history. I just like to have a better future. That's it. All I got to say.
Thank you very much, Ms. Andreas. Does any member of council have any questions of the delegate? Seeing none, I'll thank you very much for your presentation this afternoon and ask that you leave the meeting.
Thank you, and thank you for having me speak. Please do what's right. Bye.
I'd like to call upon Delegation Jennifer Fix. Please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any questions that members of Council may have for you. Good afternoon, Ms. Fix.
Good afternoon, Mayor Masters and Council. Thank you for the opportunity to address you. I would like to respectfully acknowledge the words shared by the other delegates today as well. My name is Jennifer Fix. I'm a non-Indigenous resident of Treaty 4 territory, living in the downtown within a 3 to 4 minute walk of the John A. Macdonald statue. I'm joining today to stand with many of the Indigenous people who've expressed support for removal of the statue from Victoria Park. As was described in the committee report and has been shared by many of the delegations today, this statue does not belong in the park. It memorializes an individual who inflicted unthinkable human rights abuses on the First Peoples whose lands we stand on today. And as we've heard, it continues to perpetuate harms. The city is right to have sought input and direction from Indigenous residents, artists, and elders on what to do with it, and the broader community of Regina owes a debt of gratitude to those Indigenous folks who entered into difficult discussions, generously offering their insights, experiences, and knowledge. A few years ago, New Orleans Mayor Mitch Landria led the effort to remove Confederate monuments from his city, owing to the fact that they were symbols of white supremacy. He argued that the types of historical monuments in a city tell a story not just of who we once were, but who we are today and who we seek to become. Removing the John A. Macdonald statue isn't just about history, it's about the type of community we want Regina to be. Removing the statue is an important step in a long, essential journey toward reconciliation. As we look ahead to the broad community engagement, it will be important to consider that not all residents of Regina will be equally impacted by the decision. Some have suggested that the silent majority oppose removal. Whether or not this is true, it behooves the city to place greater weighting on the input provided by the Indigenous people who have more at stake with respect to this decision. Finally, some have argued that removal amounts to the erasing of history. We will surely hear more of this argument during the upcoming engagement. As has already been said by other delegates, the statue's current commemorative form does not convey an honest or complete history. We now have the opportunity to be truthful. We now have the opportunity to create a new kind of history in the city of Regina starting today. Thank you, Mayor and Council, for the opportunity to speak with you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Fix. Do any members of Council have any questions of the delegate? Seeing none, I'll thank you again and ask that you please leave the meeting.
With respect to this decision. Finally,
I'd like to call upon Delegation Sarah Burrell. Please introduce yourself for the record and the organization you're representing, if any. You have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any question that members of Council may have for you. Good afternoon, Ms. Burrell.
Hi, my name is Sarah Burrell. I am representing myself. I just want to thank the Mayor and Council for listening to me here today. I'll keep my presentation brief. I think that many people before me have spoken really beautifully and eloquently, and there's very little that I can add. It's important to keep in mind when we consider this statue that the city has placed at its foot a sign that says it represents a harmful legacy to members of our community. It's astonishing to think that removing the statue could even be up for debate when the city has already acknowledged the harm that it causes. The city of Regina has committed itself to reconciliation, and removing the statue is one of the smallest but still incredibly powerful steps towards reconciliation that we could possibly make. It's an acknowledgement that white supremacy cannot exist here and that we cannot allow it to be perpetuated. Some people have made the argument that removing the statue represents an erasure of history. I think we all know that this isn't true. Removing a statue that wasn't erected until 75 years after John A. Macdonald's death is not an erasure of history. It's an acknowledgement of history. It's recognition that this statue is a perpetuation of historic harms. By placing John A. Macdonald on a literal pedestal, towering over the entrance to Victoria Park, we are telling people that he is worth valorizing, that his words and actions, which were considered even during his time to be extreme, far from being barbaric and humiliating, are honorable. Johnny MacDonald's legacy is a legacy of erasure. It's a legacy of erasing or attempting to erase Indigenous traditions, spiritualities, families, languages, and ways of being and knowing. Maintaining the statue of him is a way of continuing that erasure, of upholding colonial values over Indigenous lives and nations. And I think that there's a reasonable argument to be made that the statue actually interferes with our ability to understand and interpret Canadian history and the role that men like MacDonald have played in it. I know that there has been a suggestion that the statue have a plaque added. I think we should be frank with ourselves about the fact that not everyone is going to read the plaque. And that second, if you have to add a plaque acknowledging the brutality of a figure that you're honoring with the statue, the real solution is simply to remove the statue. Adding a plaque that lists the historic harms that Johnny MacDonald knowingly and enthusiastically perpetuated doesn't make the presence of the statue less harmful to Indigenous people who visit the park. I'd like to conclude by quoting Johnny MacDonald himself as a reminder of the man whose statue we are debating. He said, "We have had wonderful success, but we still have had the Indians. And then these half-breeds, enticed by white men, the savage instinct was awakened, the desire of plunder, and perhaps the desire of scalping. The savage idea of a warlike glory which pervades the breast of most men, civilized or uncivilized, was aroused in them, and forgetting all the kindness that had been bestowed upon them, forgetting all the gifts that had been given to them, forgetting all the government and the white people and that the Parliament of Canada had been doing for them, in trying to rescue them from barbarity, forgetting that we had given them reserves, the means to cultivate those reserves, and the means of education how to cultivate them. Forgetting all these things, they rose against us." Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Ms. Burrell, does any member of council have a question for the delegate? Hearing none, I'll thank you very much again for your presentation and ask that you please leave the meeting.
Thank you.
For those delegates that are listening, continue to listen from home after having called in, I just wanted to acknowledge that not being asked questions by council is not indicative of a lack of engagement, simply that your presentation was received and heard and created no questions for them in its nature. And we just wanted to thank you again for taking the time to be here today. Council, we have an additional document that was submitted, I believe, and I would like to have someone move to receive and file for this particular item, CP 21-13. Could I get a motion to that effect?
I'll move that.
Thank you. Thanks. Could I have a seconder?
Stadnichuk.
Thank you, Councillor Stadnichuk. Any opposed? Thank you. Carried. Prior to getting underway in terms of debate at council, we have a mandatory stop at 3:15. I'm just going to ask that, as opposed to interrupting debate, that we recess now for 15 minutes. We'll rejoin here at 3:22. Thanks very much. Ask that you introduce the report, followed by administration.
Thank you very much. CR 21-46, Executive Committee recommends that Council, 1, direct administration to relocate the Sir John A. Macdonald statue and place it into storage, while consultations occur with partners and public on the appropriate future location, as well as an accompanying balanced educational programming and narrative. 2, direct administration to report back to City Council in Q1 of 2022 with the results of an engagement process to determine the final location of the statue. Mayor, I'll need a seconder, and I gather you'd rather I hold my remarks down until after the administration spoke.
If that's acceptable to you, sir.
Works
I'll
well.
second,
Thank you.
Andrew.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. I'd ask Ms. Howerluck to introduce the report from administration.
Thank you, Mayor Masters. So the City of Regina administration has recognized that the Sir John A. Macdonald and Council in Victoria Park does represent a harmful legacy to many members of our community. So in June of 2020, a legacy review was initiated with direction from the Civic Arts and Cultural Collections Policy. Since then, city staff have met with First Nations and Métis knowledge keepers, artists, curators, academics, and residents, as well as local cultural institutions to seek guidance on how the statute can support a more complete story of the impact of Macdonald's policies upon First Nations and Métis peoples and other ethnocultural communities. The recommendations before you is to temporarily relocate the statue into storage while we continue our consultation with the other partners and public on the appropriate future location for the statue, as well as the balanced educational programming and narrative of the John A. Macdonald statue. We know there is concerns in the community that taking the statue out of the park may result in it being kept in storage for a long period of time. It would be the recommendation from the executive committee that we would bring a report back in Q1 of 2022 with the results of our engagement and to provide the indication of the final location of where the statue should reside. The next steps of the consultation would be to utilize the Be Heard tool on regina.ca to allow for opportunities for residents to provide input on how the legacy of John A. Macdonald impacts them, both positively and negatively, so that we can get the representative story to be able to tell the full story of the statue. So I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Harlick. Councillor Hawkins, I can take it back to you if you like for your comments.
Thank you, very much, Mayor Masters. The debate at Executive Committee was vigorous, with 8 councillors voting for the recommendation, 3 against. Those in favor pointed out the harmful legacy of Macdonald's policy towards the Indigenous peoples of the prairies. Those opposed pointed out the harmful effect of removing the statue for people who value Macdonald's legacy as the chief architect of Confederation. I will leave it to other speakers on either side to elaborate on these points. I voted with the minority for the following reason. The consultation process, while it included some groups, was limited. The report which is before us contained no broad-based consultation of the public in our community. We have a duty to consult fully and inclusively. We have a responsibility to hear all voices. We have an obligation to listen before acting. If we do not allow the broader community to participate fully in the decision which we are making today, we endanger reconciliation, and that would be tragic. On August 29, 2017, the chair of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, Murray Sinclair, stated, "The problem I have with the overall approach to tearing down statues is that it is counterproductive to reconciliation because it almost smacks of revenge or smacks of an act of anger. But in reality, what we are trying to do is we are trying to create more balance in the relationship." With those words of Murray Sinclair in mind, I would like to move the following amendment. In Clause 1, replace the words, and I quote, "to relocate the Sir John A. Macdonald statue and place it in storage," end quote, with the words, quote, "leave the Sir John A. Macdonald statue in place," end quote, while consultations occur with partners and the public, etc. And I'd ask for a seconder for that amendment.
Bresciani.
Thank you, Mayor. I've said what I have to say. There'll be other speakers, I think, to the amendment and then to the broader motion.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Council, we are now speaking to the amendment with regards to leaving the statue in place as opposed to relocating and putting in storage. Councillor Stevens, did you wish to speak to the amendment?
Yeah, please. Sorry, just caught me off guard. So thank you very much. I think I won't support this, and I'll walk through why. I think the argument here is that there hasn't been enough consultation or public discussion. The timeline is actually 5 years on this. We have around 2016-17, Council unanimously approves the Truth and Reconciliation calls to action and adopts it for implementation at the civic level. We introduced Reconciliation Regina to provide advice and to offer guidance to Council and City staff. They have spoken this evening on where they would like the statute to go and when, and that is now. We've had various public discussions. We've had training sessions. We've had town halls, emails, healing circles, justice camps in the park, and countless conversations since. There have been a handful of op-eds and articles, along with scrums involving mayors, MPs, and others. There has been a lot of discussion. Over that time, we have approved the renaming of roads and public spaces to honor these commitments. We've never put it out to polls to claim how this should unfold. Over this time, we've also heard from historians, and we've seen the circulation of dash trucks clearing the plains. In 2018-19, we introduced the civic arts policy and discussed and approved, along with it, the harmful legacy component. At that time, we had discussion around the John A. Macdonald statute. We're talking years already. The decision at the time, and we approved it, was precisely what we're seeing now. And it was a decision not to follow a one-off motion, but rather to embed it in policy. That's what we're talking about. If we want to talk about polls, over that time, we've seen 2,924 signatures added to a petition, if we include also the CTV poll, to have the statue removed from the park immediately versus 920 to see it stay. Polls are a bit imperfect. If you look at the CTV poll, more people answered a response to whether or not they still watch The Big Bang Theory than had a comment about this particular issue. We promised the community through the lens of reconciliation that we would do something and do something now. Administration has done their due diligence. We have a temporary measure as well as guidance on how to deal with this in the long term. This process has already unfolded, and I've had to, for at least a year, respond to residents who wanted it gone now, justify why this process was taking as long as it was. I think what we have today is an important compromise. It removes it, it identifies the harm, and then we go along with the education. So I'll end there to the amendment and speak in favor of the original report and motion.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Councillor LeBlanc.
Thank you. I'm also going to speak against the proposed amendment. The primary reason is twofold. One is, as Howard Zinn reminded us many years ago, you can't be neutral on a moving train. And that is, given what we've heard today, I think it's incumbent upon us as a city to in some ways side with Indigenous people who were harmed by John A.'s policies, or to side with John A. himself. If we were to look for a neutral option that might exist, what does it mean to sort of hold space or hold status quo as we complete the further consultation that Councillor Hawkins is talking about? I think the neutral position, or the one most like it, is to remove this from the park, have it in storage in the meantime. I think that's quite clearly demonstrated by what we've heard today and seen in the report, which is that some or many Indigenous people are nervous to go to the park, avoid the park, etc., because that John A. statue is there. I can't imagine the converse of that is true, that if we remove the statue, suddenly certain European descended folks will refuse to go to the park unless they can see John A.'s smiling face greeting them there. So I think our neutral option is to move it into storage, make that a safe place for everyone in the meantime, and then decide where it's appropriate to put it. So I'll vote against the proposed amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor LeBlanc. Councillor Stadnichuk.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I also am opposed to this amendment. I do not believe that we are being asked, and the majority of the speakers we heard today, with some very emotional and painful stories, they would like to see that statue moved. And as someone pointed, with our particular privilege, we are insulated from some of that pain that people feel when they see the statue. I did get an email from somebody who told me they wanted the statue, wherever it is, to be kept where it is. I don't, and the person has never visited the statue. I don't think people go out of their way, as Councillor LeBlanc was stating, to go see that statue. And if it is really important, we're going to be finding a place for that statue, and it will have the full history and background of McDonald's full legacy. And to keep it in the park, I think is a bit of an insult to those that approached us today. I think it's hurtful as well. The plaque that is currently there saying that this review is underway, it's been there for a long time. I think it's at least a year. I'm not sure when it was placed there. People who have seen that plaque know that this was happening, and they've had plenty of opportunity to let us know how they feel about it. So I'm opposed to the amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Stadnichuk. Councillor Zakidniak.
Thank you. So I support the recommendations from administration regarding the relocation of John A. McDonald, and much of the opposition we've heard today from folks, from folks, seems to stem from the misconception that we will be permanently removing the statue, whether intentionally or unintentionally. As noted in the report, what's being proposed is a year time limit for the statue to remain in storage while consultation occurs to determine where the statue will be located. And I will commit on the record to raising this issue again if we haven't heard a report by March 31st, 2022, 1 year from now. Regarding leaving the statue where it is while this consultation occurs, why would we leave something in place when a significant number of residents have said it causes them pain and trauma while we figure out where we want to put it? How is that neutral? People have told us that they avoid going to Victoria Park, a public park, due to this statue. That means they have to avoid civic celebrations, the Regina Farmers Market, and many festivals and events. Once again, this is not neutral, nor is it acceptable in a city with a vision to be Canada's most vibrant, inclusive, attractive, and sustainable community. I hope you will join me in taking this small step toward reconciliation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you, Mayor Masters. So I support the amendment, and I'll start for a couple reasons. I want to talk about the engagement process and the communication. Number one, I would ask administration, as a council, and the new councillors would not know this, but as a council, did we ever speak about this statue in private or public at all in the last few years or 5 years or whatever? Has this ever come other than last week in private session? Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Ms. Howard.
Through you, Mayor Masters. So there was discussion when the civic art policy came towards council. It was raised by a councillor at the time specifically about the John A. McDonald statue and the petitions that were brought forward. So we did have a lengthy discussion and explained how the civic art policy and harmful legacy work would be done at that time. So it was discussed with council.
To you, Madam Mayor, was there a discussion at that time that the John A. McDonald or the statue would the consideration would be removed from the park, and was there a consideration that the engagement, what the engagement would be with the general public? To you, Madam Mayor.
Through you, Mayor Masters, I might start and then ask Ms. Hill. So as per the policy, when a harmful legacy comes forward, as per the policy, is we do our consultation with the groups that are most harmed. And so that's the engagement that we have taken when we've heard from them. Then we would go to the broader engagement, which is what we're recommending after the relocation. What we heard is that, which we've heard through the delegations, that the location in Victoria Park creates angst for a portion of our community. So our recommendation was that we would recommend that it be removed at this time and relocated, because in no way do we want to erase history. We want to just tell the full story, and that's what we've heard during all of our consultations. It's council's purview of whether or not, that's just our recommendation and what we've heard. The idea would be to go forward with the consultation after, with respect to how do we tell that fulsome story.
Thank you for that. Reconciliation Regina was an organization that I totally supported. I attended meetings at the very beginning until they developed a group, a committee. Was a counselor on that committee? You, Madam Chair?
Mr. Holden?
Through you, Mayor Masters. So when Reconciliation Regina was established, it was not a nonprofit entity. It was a group of community leaders, and at the time, former Mayor Fougere was instrumental in leading the discussions, in establishing what we called community champions. So that's where the 60 to 65 agencies that are representative of Reconciliation Regina or have input into Reconciliation Regina, that was established. We then formed a nonprofit entity, and we had an interim board in place. The former mayor sat in on the meetings of Reconciliation Regina and was often one of the primary spokespeople at the community champion discussions. So the former mayor had full knowledge of the work of Reconciliation Regina. And, you know, there was conversation when this, you know, came forward. We had petitions of 577 signatures of people that wanted the statue removed. There was a number of communications and service requests that again were shared with council at the time in terms of the removal of the statue. And then, as Ms. Harlock has indicated, at that point there was the determination that that particular asset within our civic art collection was a harmful legacy. And then we followed our policy. And that's where we are today.
Thank you. The engagement that city administration talks about is absolutely disappointing. And I'll say this, we have engaged on many issues within the city of Regina, smoking, you name it. We've gone out to the general public and asked. And I had asked administration if this had come forward, and I got a response back that no, the last meeting that it came was the private. That's the only time that John A. Macdonald was discussed. I went back to my notes. We got a notification from Reconciliation Regina once a year as to kind of what was going on there, just as to almost minutes. And again, we did get an email from a memo from Ms. Harlock indicating regarding the Civic Arts Collection on June 29th, 2020, indicating regarding the Macdonald statue. And it did indicate in there that because of COVID, there was going to be a delay, and there was going to be nothing further until COVID. There was a delay because of COVID. I wish I could find it right now on this memo. But my point is this, and reconciliation is about moving together. It's about working together to find these solutions. It's to understand. taking down a statue for 8 months or 9 months, whatever it will be, there's a lack of trust. We saw the Glockenspiel, never came back until it was raised by the German community. It sat in a kind of a storage area with a whole bunch of junk. This is the Prime Minister, the first Prime Minister of Canada. And I'm not a historian. To our history, I will say that we've got the good history and we've got the bad history, and I don't think anyone is perfect. But in this situation, I do think that the general public deserves a say in this. That's one thing. And the second thing is, when we look at our history and we want to tell the story, this past weekend, this report came out on Friday. This past weekend, I talked to other Indigenous leaders. I wanted to know what their thoughts were on this. I talked to chiefs, just to get a feel of what was right in this. And at the end of the day, when you look at it, everybody has a different story, a different thought. But the one thing that was vitally important that came out is absolutely you need to do consultation. And the word came out over and over, meaningful consultation. And you don't just do it with a few. You have to, for reconciliation to happen, you need to bring people together to understand the hurts that we heard today. And then you move it forward. Am I disheartened to hear, and I heard this from my discussions this weekend, that Louis Riel sits in there for over, I think it's since 1991, 30 years at the Mackenzie Art Gallery. How sad is that? So when we put people in storage, you wonder why there may be a mistrust to not have them come back out. I don't think John A. Macdonald will see the light of day.
Thank you, Councillor Bresciani.
Pardon me?
I just said thank you, Councillor Mancinelli. Sorry, Councillor Bresciani. On the amendment, we have a 3-minute speaking limit, so we'll move forward on the amendment itself. Councillor Mancinelli would like to speak next.
Thank you very much, and through the chair, I personally am very appreciative of this amendment. Many conversations I've had with residents, those who wanted to stay, one resounding thing that's turned up is relocation is something that has to happen along with a wholesome education. This has been a very educational process for me personally, as much as I'm appreciative of it. I also know that as a councillor, I remember the TRC coming in. I remember agreeing to things and responsibilities. I also know that a committee was set up and tasked with dealing with these type of requests and these feelings. And they've come forward with these recommendations. It's not how I feel on this matter. It's how others feel, I think, that has to be addressed. And I think that the recommendations from the committee address that. It'd be very easier for me to vote for this amendment, but I think today it is a time for action, so I can't support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mancinelli. Councillor Findura.
Okay, I'm coming on. Here we go. Thank you, Mayor Masters. To amendment, I have some reservations and questions on what's happening here. I've been involved with many tough decisions and difficult, and this is one of. It's not a difficult decision. This is about human sacrifice and human life. I understand all that. I have been involved within Treaty 4 raising of the flag. I was involved within the Pinky Road Cemetery, designating it heritage. I've been working in the community, in the multicultural community, and understanding the difficulties that our Indigenous brothers and sisters have dealt with over the years. But with this amendment to communication, and this is what I'm hearing from the residents that I've been getting emails and calls from, is that the consultation, as I heard, that consultation was there. There was a lot of discussion about this, but really, honestly, what I'm hearing is that the individual residents are not seeing that, not hearing it. So discussion with the Indigenous individual, he told me, he said, for the reconciliation to work, we need, this is from the Indigenous individual, we need a dominant society to be involved. And I feel that when I looked at it very first, I'm all for relocating. But if we're going to relocate, I would feel more comfortable if we have a place for it to go. So if we take it out, we put it in somewhere. My fears again go back into the Glockenspiel, the Louis Riel, some of the things that we're doing. And I'm hearing promises that we will be doing something with this. But the total story has not been told. I know that we have only 3 minutes, so I'll be able to speak on the report. So I'm just going to say this, that I will be supporting to get into consultation and do some little more work, because as the individual told me, he said the dominant society to be involved, that's the what hinges on the reconciliation to work, the truth and reconciliation to work, is to have everyone in the society involved. Otherwise, it's same thing. The Treaty 4 flag is flying. Nothing really happened from that one. So there's a lot of tokens that have been made, but no real things, no really walking, and any kind of action has been completed to help our Indigenous brothers and sisters to make better life for themselves. So, thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Any other council member who hasn't spoken who wish to speak to the amendment? Seeing none, Mr. City Clerk, please call the vote.
Madam Mayor, I'll close on the amendment.
I apologize. You'll close. Councillor Hawkins.
No problem. I'll be very brief. It was mentioned by the administration that there was a determination that this was a harmful legacy. That determination may well be correct, but it was a determination that was not made by council, and it was a determination that was not made by a broad general public consultation, kind of consultation that we do for anything that's important, OCP, railroad lands, heritage, smoking bylaw. So it does no good in terms of helping reconciliation to dance on the head of the pan and list ways in which consultation has taken place when the whole point here, and the public will accept this point, the whole point here is that the general public hasn't been consulted. In fact, there seems to have been a studious effort to avoid that by the city. I'll leave it at that. I'd ask for support so that we can consult with the people that voted for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Mr. City Clerk, would you please call the vote?
Thank you, Mayor. With respect to Councillor Hawkins' amendment, I will begin with him, please.
In favor.
Councillor Stadnichuk.
Opposed.
Councillor Stevens.
Opposed.
Councillor Bresciani.
In favor.
Councillor Findura.
In favor.
Councillor LeBlanc.
Opposed.
Councillor Shaw.
In favor.
Councillor Zahidniak.
Opposed.
Councillor Mancinelli.
I'm opposed.
Councillor Mole.
In favor.
Mayor Masters.
Opposed.
The amendment fails 5-6. Mayor?
We'll go back to CR 21-46 Legacy Review. It has been introduced by the Deputy Mayor, has been spoken to by administration. I believe Councillor Stevens, you were first in line for the discussion.
Great. Thank you. Again, I would like to acknowledge the work of the community, of administration on this task. Again, I would like to remind council that we had that discussion. We talked about harmful legacy. We approved a policy. We approved a process. I think what we're stuck with is a result that we find a bit inconvenient and troublesome. We had this discussion. We've had memos. I'm not sure why kicking it down the road is going to do anything. I think another point here is, again, we've heard from Reconciliation Regina, which is an organization that we invested trust in to provide some feedback. It has. This is probably going to be the easiest thing we confront. We are just asking to move a piece of bronze into storage for 12 months maximum. At that point, we're going to have a public consultation about the final resting place. And I think we're going to find that resolution much sooner. I think there's a built-in compromise already. And I'm actually quite grateful that many who have suffered at the hands of intergenerational harm and so on are as accommodating as they are in this regard, that they're okay seeing the statue just removed and placed somewhere else. Based on the compromise we reached at executive committee, we also crafted language that says that we'll have an honest and accurate historical reflection of John A. Macdonald's legacy in that location. All of the issues that residents have raised will be addressed. This isn't cancel culture or erasing history or virtue signaling or whatever is the popular term to claim what this is. The dominant society had their voice in the 1960s in the crafting of this bronze statue, and that's what we see today. That time has come, and I think it's up to us to at least do the small task today to remove it and to find something more permanent. And I think one last point, I think what I find particularly offensive is this notion that these are crimes of the past, they happened. That only works as an argument if you discount the lived experiences of Indigenous peoples who were dispossessed, executed, violently repressed, and subject to what we now understand to be a concerted policy of cultural genocide. All we're doing right now is moving a statue. We have a long way to go. I think at the very least, this is what we can do as a council as the discussion unfolds. So thank you very much for the opportunity to decide on this important matter.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Councillor LeBlanc, you had your name in on the main motion initially. Would you like to speak?
Please. Thank you. So some people say, and have argued today, that we've got to balance John A.'s good actions against his bad ones, and that his bad ones don't discredit his good ones. So on the good side, we've heard he united French and English-speaking Canada, he completed the railroad all the way to BC, and he opened up Western Canada to the ancestors of many folks who now live in Regina. On the bad side, he intentionally starved Indigenous people throughout the West. He introduced government-backed residential schools. He criminalized Indigenous ceremonies like powwows, and he implemented the Indian Act Pass system. I think it's inaccurate to think that some of these policies were good while others were bad. Rather, these are the same policies as seen through two different lenses. One by the people the policies were meant to benefit, white folks, and the other by the people harmed by the policies, Indigenous folks. The railroad was built to settle white folks in the West. In order to settle white folks, John A. sought to clear the plains. He did this through starving, marginalizing, and deculturing the Indigenous inhabitants. A commitment to reconciliation requires that we at least consider the Indigenous perspective on John A., while acknowledging that Indigenous people do not speak with a single voice. However, we've heard an overwhelming Indigenous voice today, and we have to take that seriously. Some folks say that although John A. was a white nationalist by today's standards, everybody was an unrepentant racist in his time, so we can't fault him for his views. As we've heard, this is factually wrong. Some of his contemporaries disagreed with him, and not everybody was openly racist in the 1880s. We know that many Indigenous parents disagreed with residential schools and risked their own personal safety to prevent their children from being apprehended to attend. We know that John A. arranged to hang Louis Riel for his role in resisting racist policies. We know John A. ordered 8 Cree warriors to be executed in front of their family and friends. And earlier today, we heard from one of those warriors' descendants. In authorizing it, John A. wrote to his colleague Edgar Dewdney, who we're also discussing today. He said, quote, "The execution of the Indians ought to convince the red man that the white man governs." You might say, sure, Indigenous folks knew racism was wrong, but did any white people at the time? Yes. In 1886, Ontario MP Malcolm Cameron told the House of Commons, quote, "In the United States, the Indian was the prey of the frontiersman and the cattle driver. In Canada, he has been the prey of government." John A. was openly racist at a time when not everybody was. He could have made other choices, but he didn't. He's responsible for his actions. Now, some have said relocating the statue would amount to erasing our history. I say two things. One, nothing's being erased, we're just relocating it. Second is that statues are more about celebrating rather than simply remembering. The statue of John A. is about celebrating his actions. In this statue, John A. is literally on a pedestal. The top of his head must be 7 feet tall. I wonder whether John A. was such a giant representation of our collective values that we have to memorialize him as a giant figure in our main park. Maintaining a prominent statue to remember a dark period in our history is quite different than remembering and maintaining a residential school building. While the first improperly celebrates, the second properly and somberly remembers. John A.'s policies openly favored whites and harmed Indigenous people. He was a racist. Even in his own time, people resisted his racial policies. We need to remember his harmful legacy rather than celebrate it. We can achieve that by relocating his statue away from our central park. Reconciliation requires that we stop celebrating John A. in the way we have, so I intend to vote in favor of the administration's recommendation. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor LeBlanc. Councillor Bresciani, you are next up on the original motion.
Thank you. So the piece that speaks to me about this is it's about reconciliation. And we've heard from Reconciliation Regina that they want the statue to be removed, to find another location. And I guess the concern that I have is that Reconciliation Regina speaks for some voices, but not all. And even within that organization, there was a mixed view of what to do. So I worry about the fact that we've heard that needs to be the move forward to take him out and put him in storage. And I'm going to ask, what does anyone learn when someone's in storage? And there was hurt. And I understand that. And one of the things that we have to, I really discuss is how do we move forward? How do we see that we have John A. Macdonald and Louis Riel somewhere together to tell the true story? That's what reconciliation is. This is not reconciliation where we haven't heard all voices. We haven't brought everybody together to learn. We haven't done that. We've listened to a few voices. I get that. And there's many hurts in history. Many, many hurts in history. If you talk to many elders and the knowledge keepers, this is something that I will say that there's still more discussion to be had here. And I do believe that if we move this forward to move the statue into storage, I think the piece there would be working backwards from reconciliation, which we have worked so hard for, because you will have many people that are hurt, Indigenous and non-Indigenous. I'm going to ask administration, the 25,000 or 30,000 it's going to cost, whatever, to relocate, I would actually rather see that money. It's only going to be about 8 months that he would be standing there. That when he is moved, that money would be utilized to educate, put up the awareness between to share his history and the history that we all want to learn. Administration, I'd like to hear from administration, what is their plan moving forward for this process as far as engagement, and what is the next steps to finding a place that's going to start helping really move reconciliation forward to tell the stories? Through you, Madam Mayor.
Through you, Mayor Masters. So as I indicated previously, we'll be utilizing the Be Heard tool, which is an engagement tool that will be able to gather input from the public on the impacts that John A. Macdonald had on them personally. There is on our website currently a section on the John A. Macdonald legacy review, so there has been information up with regards to that. And as we go forward, there'll be those conversations. But I might ask Ms. Hill to go through the additional details of what the engagement will look like.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Masters. There's certainly a number of items underway at this time, both in terms of identifying a future site and also the programming that will accompany the reinstallation of the statue in its new home, programming that could include items posted at the site, physically there, as well as online interpretive content and things that people could access their phones or through the web. And so development of that content is a lot of what we'll be focused on over the next number of months, and understanding how to best represent this story and all sides of the legacy as we've heard today. The other piece of work that would need to happen is treatment at the current site, and that's actually the budget that was referred to in the report is up to about $30,000 this year for both the programming element and the current site treatment planning, and we'll be involved engaging with the community on that as well in terms of what should happen at that site in Victoria Park, recognizing this change that's going to be occurring if council votes in favor.
Thank you. So through you, Madam Mayor, I still believe that the public engagement was not done properly. I still feel that we have erred in this. We've only gone to a select view that I think that was limited. And I think part of reconciliation is that dialogue with the open community. So I would like to ask if I can actually move a referral that we go back to the community to do more engagement on this issue, and then come back with a report from what they've heard. And it would be different than Councillor Hawkins was asking, I would think. And I guess.
So you want to move a motion for referral? You need a seconder?
I would need a seconder, but what I would like to do is I would like we've done previously, to let others speak before I make the referral.
You need a seconder?
Yes, she needs a seconder, and then Councillor Zakidniak has a point of order.
Okay, we still need a seconder, so if we need a seconder for debate, I'll second that.
Thank you, Councillor Fundura. Councillor Zakidniak, your point of order.
I don't see how this is any substantially any different from the previous amendment, this referral.
Thank you, Councillor Zakidniak. Mr. Clerk, could you please speak to this?
Do we have it? Like, I'm just going off my... Pardon me?
we'll have Deputy Clerk put the referral motion up. One moment, please.
It might be a little bit different than what was there.
Councillor Bresciani, could you give to Deputy Clerk? Could you go through what your referral motion is?
Yes, it would be, I just want to go here to the first one that I sent. To conduct a full and inclusive public engagement with respect to the future of Sir John A. Macdonald statue, period, and just take the rest out and report back to City Council by the end of Q4 2021.
Thank you, Deputy Clerk. Great. Mr. Nicol.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't have Councillor Bresciani's proposed referral motion on the screen yet, but from what she's telling me, I would suggest that it is in order. She is specifically referencing administration to conduct full and inclusive engagement, whereas Councillor Hawkins' previous amendment was largely focused on the relocation matter. So I think that because of the public engagement she's looking for, that if she moves that referral motion, it would be in order.
Councillor Bresciani, did you wish to speak to this further?
Yes, I would just briefly. Did we have a seconder?
Councillor Findura seconded that.
Okay, thank you. Public engagement in every issue that we do is vitally important to our community. And as a councillor, that is our job. It is our job to ensure that public engagement is done. Doesn't matter how we feel on the issue. And for myself, whatever comes back from the general public, they have the say. If it stays, if it's relocated, if that's the beautiful piece of reconciliation, though. And when I spoke with the chief, one of the chiefs this weekend, is that this is the best piece of the learning together. So if we mitigate a large population, which is the rest of Regina, and I understand from administration, they said they've done bits and pieces here. We haven't done a full engagement like we've done for other things that have been brought forward. And I can name a few. And I think that was something that I ran on. And I think I hope that this is something that other councillors have ran on as well, to hear what their residents have to say. This is not our decision, my decision on my thoughts. It is truly about what we owe to our residents to at least chime in, to have their voice heard. We bring back the information, and then we take it forward to the next steps. So I will leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. Mr. Holden?
Through Mayor Masters, just a question to Councillor Bresciani. So when she is referring to full and inclusive public engagement, is she referring to asking in a very broad engagement whether or not people want to see Sir John A. Macdonald stay in the park or be removed from the park? I think that's very important to put in to the motion, because at the end of the day, the engagement that we were doing was going to be a broad engagement to make sure that we could contextualize the story around reconciliation and bringing different cultures together to learn from each other. So we need to administratively understand what full and inclusive public engagement means in this instance.
Thank you for that clarification. I would add, it should be treated no different than what we were asking the previous group that we asked. And that was the public engagement for the Indigenous groups and the Métis and the artists. The residents also have a say in that. And should be the same way it was conducted. I know that, and in the report it did, in one of the pages it came back that I didn't think this was going to go forward for a while because of COVID. I didn't realize that this was even in the works. And that's I think the frustrating thing for me as a councillor, to not understand that this was even in the works. I know Mayor Fougere was heavily involved, and we got a report once a year. And so this is a very, very, very important discussion, and it's not important just to Regina, but it's important to the country. And I think it's vitally important that our residents have an opportunity to chime in. And maybe, Mr. Holden, with your thoughts that, you know, whatever we've asked for the others, that's all I'm asking. And if there is a need to add anything more that you would see fit, I would be open to that as well.
Does that answer your question, Mr. Holden?
So through your masters, and I do not want to debate with council. I look at our public art policy, our civic art policy, and it talks about review of legacy sculptures and monuments. And a review of a legacy sculpture or monument may be initiated in response to, and of course, you know, it's recognition of abuse of human rights or other harms by people or events commemorated in the legacy sculpture or monument. Research inquiries or other initiatives that uncover new information about historical figures. Requests from Regina residents and culture groups to address either of the above. So clearly, I think the community has spoken in a number of ways to say that they wanted a review of this as a harmful legacy. Administration has done that. So the decision in front of council is it's a harmful legacy as per the policy. We're recommending that we remove the statue and that we go to a broader engagement on the future location of the statue and the whole story around, you know, contextualizing and making sure that in the spirit of reconciliation and education, we're doing that with all members of the community, with input from all members of the community. If council wants us to not proceed down that path and engage a broader consultation to first of all ask if the sculpture needs to stay or be removed, and then make that decision, and at the same time do a consultation so that we get all of the important pieces in terms of telling the full story of the impacts of John A. Macdonald on Canadian history, we would do that at the same time.
Thank you, Mr. Holden. So, council, referral motions are not to be debated, but apparently, as the city clerk tells me, it was past practice to allow a comment if a brief comment if a councillor wanted to speak to a referral motion. Otherwise, we'll call the vote. Does anyone wish to speak to the referral motion in a comment?
Yes.
Councillor Fundura, a very brief comment, not to be debated.
Thank you.
I'm going to raise a point of procedure. Mayor, you're correct. But on the other hand, this is not a moment to be silencing people. And I think people can say what they have to say briefly, but this is a moment to let people speak. This is all about people being silenced.
Hey, Masters, am I go?
Thank you, Councillor Fundura. Yes, you can proceed. I appreciate the comments, Councillor Hawkins. Giving latitude already as it relates to procedure, not wishing to stifle comments, but we still have the main motion to deal with as well. So to the referral, Councillor Fundura.
Thank you, Mayor. So my concern would be is that some of the things that are happening here might do a negative impact on reconciliation. Again, as I mentioned, talking to the individual and talking about reconciliation to work, we need dominant society to be involved. And if we look at Treaty 4 flag raising, cemetery heritage designation, other things we've done, really nothing much came off of that. I mean, indigenous peoples are not benefiting from it. They're not better off than they were before. So this is the thing, is the society out there has to open the door. And we don't. My concern is that I don't want to close the door to the residents, the community, larger community, and that's my biggest fear, is that reconciliation is a good thing. It's happening. We're walking, but my fear is that we will shut the doors on the society, the community, to be involved, and they need to be involved for this to be successful, the reconciliation, because the lives of and the future of our Indigenous community depends on that.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fundura. Councillor Hawkins, to the referral.
Thank you very much. I agree with Councillor Fundura that until the community has spoken, there's not much reconciliation here. And we can tell by the division in council on this debate. The city manager has entered the debate. He has said that the community has spoken. This debate is about saying the community has not spoken. And I think Councillor Bresciani was eloquent in saying we've got to let the community come forward and say what they have to say. Be heard tool, an idea that somehow the community has already spoken. None of this gives confidence. We need to have an open, dynamic discussion in our community about this. If we do it, it will have an educative value. And if we do it, I think reconciliation has a real chance of success. Otherwise, I think there'll be a great deal of bitterness, as Murray Sinclair suggested there might be with this kind of outcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Councillor Zakidniak.
Thank you. So I want to point out that the broader community will be engaged. That is a part of the current plans. As we have already identified this statute as a harmful legacy for a significant number of our residents, that part we don't need engagement about. We know that that is the case. And so the broader public engagement occurs when we are figuring out what to do, where to relocate the statue. I understand the concern about community consultation, but that is currently within the recommendations from city administration. So I just wanted to point that out. And I will not be supporting this referral motion. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Zakidniak. Councillor LeBlanc.
Thank you. I think it's possible to just consult and produce reports and chat to death without doing anything. So in a ripe example on this Indigenous rights issue, the highly publicized 1991 report, the Royal Report on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples in the wake of the Oka crisis, has many recommendations which haven't been acted upon, and we continue to study this and not act on this. I think we're at high risk of falling into that in something like this. As Councillor Stevens has said, this has been a long time coming. We can kick this down the road again and again and again, but at some point we're going to have to act. Reconciliation requires that we act, and I think we ought to do that today, given what we've heard. Thank you.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but Councillor Mancinelli, did you wish to speak to the referral?
Yes, I do. Thank you very much. Just stopping to say that as a councillor, I know there was a procedure put in place to deal with situations like this, and it was followed. The engagement comes, as Councillor Zakidniak already alluded to, in this situation after the movement has started. With that in mind, I was happy to allow that responsibility go to committee and through administration, people who engage in this on a far greater basis than I do, and I'm going to follow their recommendations, so I can't support this referral motion.
Thank you, Councillor Mancinelli. Councillor Stadnichuk.
Thank you. I just want to repeat some words that we heard today from Mr. John Hopkins, that the TRC calls to action are calls to action, not calls for more pondering and consultation. And I'd also like to just point out that it's very difficult to achieve good work when everything is goes to a vote to a majority. I don't think the civil rights laws in the United States came about because of a majority vote. It came from action. We do not like to have majority rule over minority rights. We don't take votes on that. If we're going to take a vote or have the majority, I think that's part of the issue that we're dealing with, is that we have failed Indigenous people for decades and decades and decades. And every time they say this is what we need to heal, we're saying, well, we got to check in with everybody else on this. We're going to consult with people. That's part of the plan. But we have to act. And I just urge let's just stop going in circles and let's act. And we'll find a home for John A. and we'll tell his story.
Thank you, Councillor Stanichuk. Councillor Stevens, you couldn't resist the bait. Would you like to speak to the referral?
This is your fault, Mayor.
I'm fully aware.
I want to repeat something. We've dealt with this. We empowered administration to conduct this review. They outlined the very approach. I now have a memo from June 29th, 2020 that talked about this very model. This is either, referring it down the road so there'll be more convenient input, but the decision won't be any different. Are we going to do a poll? Honestly, we have to make a call on this. This is the compromise to get rid of what is a harmful legacy for our residents, and then to have a public consultation. We're going to be in the same boat down the road when this comes back to us, and if we don't like the numbers, we'll say the same thing again. I think this is just fishing for the right response. We've empowered administration to do this work. They've done it. They've done it in accordance with the arts policy. They've done it in accordance with our commitment to truth and reconciliation. If the decision now is to go back to what we all actually collectively agreed in the last term, to not have council drive these decisions, then maybe we need to just say we're now in charge of every mechanism related to truth and reconciliation. We decided to refer this and the whole process to the gears of administration so we could do this right. They did it. I think they've brought to us a pretty balanced and solid report. I don't see why we need to kick this can down the road, because that's all it is. We're fishing for a convenient way out. There isn't one. This will be tough, and this discussion will take place if we pass the report as it is.
Thank you. Seeing no other speakers, Mr. Clerk, please call the vote on the referral motion.
I would like to close debate.
There's no closed debate.
Sorry, Mr. City Clerk, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. With respect to the referral motion, I will begin with Councillor Bresciani, please.
In favor.
Councillor Stevens.
Against.
Councillor Hawkins.
In favor.
Councillor Stadnichuk.
Opposed.
Councillor Findura.
In favor.
Councillor LeBlanc.
Opposed.
Councillor Shaw.
In favor.
Councillor Zahidniak.
Opposed.
Councillor Mancinelli.
Opposed.
Councillor Mole.
In favor.
Mayor Masters. The referral is lost on a 5-6 vote, Mayor.
Councillor Bresciani, you had a couple minutes left on the main motion. Would you like to speak?
Yes, I'll just make one other comment. And I think our history, when we talk about conversation and moving forward, I hope it's meaningful collaboration that I'm asking for. And that is a piece of reconciliation that needs to happen. And it just doesn't go through, a We Heard or the city website. When we talk about reconciliation, it's coming together to understand. And history was never perfect, and we have many hurts. And I don't know if any of you are aware, but there is a Ukrainian little girl that sits in the ledge area, and It's the Haldo Omar, and there was about 7 to 10 million Ukrainian people that suffered the extermination of hunger in Ukraine. I'm half Ukrainian, and when I go by this little girl, she's as frail as ever. And you know what? It reminds me of that, but it reminds me also of the history, and it reminds me too of how far we've come. And that's really what we want this to be. So as much as we want to put stuff away, I don't see that we actually learn anything from stuffing, putting Louis Riel into storage for 30 years, and I don't see any benefit to putting John A. Macdonald away for a year. That's all I have.
Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. So I have had Councillor Stevens, LeBlanc, and Councillor Bresciani speak to the main motion. And I apologize, Council, but I simply have lost track between the amendment and referral. Does anyone wish to speak to the main motion?
I'll close it when it's appropriate.
Absolutely, sir. Councillor Stanichuk, main motion.
Thank you, Mayor Masters. We are all treaty people. We all have benefited from the treaties. And as settlers, when my grandparents came to Saskatchewan, as a province that was cleared of Indigenous people to small plots of land, they were able to get land, and it was only available because of the treaties with First Nations. They were able to farm and raise a family, and they were successful because they had the labor of their children, because their children were not taken away forcefully to be abused and hurt in residential schools. And they could freely move about the province, leave their home, sell produce, grain, farm animals, without first getting permission from an Indian agent. The success of our ancestors in this province is as a result of the treaties, but it's also which makes us responsible, or we have an obligation to understand that and understand the painful history that Indigenous people have gone through. Now, one thing about John A. Macdonald that hasn't been mentioned yet is that he was also the minister responsible for Indian Affairs for 10 years. He felt that it was so important to have his thumb on Indigenous people on the prairies that he kept the post of Minister of Indian Affairs. The other thing that's not been mentioned is that he did not want to sign treaties. I had a conversation with Dr. Blair Stonechild yesterday, and he told me that the British forced John A. Macdonald to negotiate treaties. And the treaties are there because, and that obligation is because of the Royal Proclamation of 1763. And under that Royal Proclamation, the British recognized Indigenous people as sovereign people, that it laid the basis for treaty making. The whole purpose of it was to restore peaceful relations between Indigenous people and the British, and acknowledge that we cannot take their land, we cannot dispossess them unless they cede that land or we purchase it from them. We have not done well by the treaties. We all benefit from the treaties, and the history of John A. Macdonald is very complex, and it's been a harmful legacy, as we have heard today. There's a plaque that says that this statue was under review, and this is the culmination of that review. And I strongly support the report of the administration that we move the statue temporarily into storage. And again, that was an amendment we made to ensure that it would come back in a year, and that we find a good location, an alternate location where the full history of John A. Macdonald can be told. Now, a lot of people have said that we're trying to erase history or amending history, but we are not erasing history. We are not amending history. We are making amends with history. And if we want to talk about erasing history, it was John A. Macdonald and decades of governments that erased Indigenous history. If we want to talk about cancel culture, it was John A. Macdonald and decades of governments that tried to cancel an entire culture of Indigenous people, outlawing their practice, powwows, their dress, their language. We tried to cancel them. We tried to, the Macdonald's legacy was trying to cancel, trying to obliterate Indigenous peoples in this land, to make them irrelevant. And now it's up to us to make amends, to fulfill our treaty, our part of the treaty obligations. And let's tell the full story of John A. Macdonald. Let's move him somewhere where that history can be told. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stadnicek. Councillor Mancinelli.
Thank you, Mayor Masters. Through the chair. And going through this, it's been quite the debate already. One thing I'll say is engagement is constant, and today has been very engaging. Something I noted from both sides of the debate from delegates is that a common theme is attempting to cancel history dooms us to repeat it. There seems to be no interest from either those that feel harmed through the statute, nor those who wish to have it still in our city. It seems to be a common theme of relocation. Some councillors have stated fear of going into storage for 30 years like Louis Riel. I'd like to remind us that it's our responsibility to make sure this comes through fruition. So we hold that power to make sure that the promises made today are kept for the year's time frame. I'd like to ask the Louis Riel statue, who has control of that statue? Through the chair.
Ms. Howerlich?
Through you, Mayor Masters, it's actually in the provincial control. It's not a civic collection.
A follow-up to that, in attempting to find another spot for the John A. Macdonald statue, along with a wholesome representation of both sides of the history behind it, do you think there's any chance we could get a hold of the Louis Riel statue to make it part of the history we're presenting, that is our history in Saskatchewan, especially in Regina? Is that something that's been asked about or thought of or looked into?
Councillor Mancinelli, I believe Ms. Howerlich is going to answer, but I would encourage you to Google the history of that particular statue to understand why it's in a basement. But Ms. Howerlich?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Masters. There is some history behind that statue. Our focus is telling the story of the art that we have, and working with trying to find a partner to relocate it and to be able to tell that fulsome story of the John A. Macdonald statue.
Thank you. I was going to move a motion, but you think with what was mentioned here, it's not in the best interest. I do have a solid grade 10 history education along with a college degree, but I know very little about history. So that's all I have for comments, and I will support the motion as presented.
Thank you, Councillor Mancinelli. Councillor Moll.
Okay, that was quick. I'm going to have a chance to read down my notes, what I want to talk about. So I received a lot of phone calls and emails and communication on Facebook for more public consultation. That's why I voted the way I did in the first two votes. So I'm going to hold administration to their word that that's going to happen throughout the next 12 months. I'm hoping we get this done quicker than 12 months, have them relocated. And for that reason, I'll be voting in favor of the main motion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Moll. Councillor Fundura.
Thank you, Mayor Masters. How much time do I have on my on your clock? On the main motion?
This is the main motion, sir, yes.
So I got 5 minutes or less?
Well, yes, you do, sir.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mayor Masters. So I will start from the very beginning. I did mention a few things before. Like I said, this is a very well. This is a human story here. This is nothing to be taken lightly. But again, I will repeat that with the success of the reconciliation, we need to have the involvement and engagement of the as the individual told me, dominant society to be involved in it. I look at it as this, as we did with the flag raising, nothing really, we didn't accomplish very much there. It's just a symbol. Indigenous groups, indigenous people have not succeeded any work, or there some have, some not. It really hasn't shown any betterment of the indigenous people's life or of what they're striving for. So this is why I am going that direction. So I'm looking at the statue being taken down is not going to change anything. It will only divide the community. I hope not. This is my hopes that it's not going to, and I'm hearing that consultation will happen. The statue will stand up again, and that would be my wish. My wish would have been to have a place for it and have a story with it already. Yes, we've been going in circles, as the councilors mentioned, and yes, we heard different things. But then again, we need to realize that this is a true human story here. I will say one thing about I've been reading really furious, madly here about Googling and going through different books and all, reading on McDonald. I did not know most of the things about it. I knew lots about it. I knew the harms and all that. So I picked up another one. It talks about, it's called the medicine line. I didn't know what that was. A medicine line, what the indigenous called it as the freedom on the Canadian side. That's one of the things that McDonald did, where the U.S. Were going after the indigenous people, and they came across the borders, so McDonald made sure that happens. That's one good thing. I mean, there's going to be more stories. There's good and bad. I understand that. Voting rights, he brought that in, and following prime ministers have taken that back. So if we're really going to be punishing everyone on the prime minister side of governments, we should be doing it up to 1997 with everyone, because residential school was still there in 1997. So obviously from the 1900s to 1997, we have not learned anything. We have not changed anything. I understand that governments are not the ones to change things, it's people. And that's why I said its reconciliation needs to be inclusive. We cannot reconcile and seek the truth if we are divided. And we talked about education is important. So the committee has discussed different things that administration did. Sometimes people out there don't pay attention to these things till actually till whatever hits the fan, or the bug hits the screen when you're driving. So this is why I'm thinking is that and I've been told many emails and texts and phone calls is that we're putting the cart in front of the horse. I understand what the indigenous people are dealing with. I've been part of, when I came to this country, I educated myself on that. And that's why I've been involved in going to powwows, going to sweats, being part of reconciliation, working on all kinds of things. But I'm only one. So my struggle and my fear is that we will isolate the general public of really opening up the doors to that reconciliation, the truth, what that is. Today, you can look at any business, and I was told again by another individual, he says corporate Canada and dominant society has to be involved in this on a high level. Otherwise, we can do all these little things, but to better life for the individuals and indigenous families, educated or not educated, to get a job, to have a proper life for themselves and for the children and the fortune. So I understand what this means. So, Mayor Masters, this has been, I didn't sleep at all last night, and this is, I've been to many discussions. I want to make sure that everybody, and call me if it's time already.
It is time,
I
sir,
wanna-
but you can finish your
yeah.
last sentence, please.
Okay, I want to make sure. I'm not sure. I'm not the perfect person here, but I'm trying to make sure that we are all at the table together and happy about what we want to achieve. And what I'm hearing is that we're leaving one part of, and again, I was told too by discussion is that why do we need anyone else to discuss this? I know, that, and that was asked to me and was told to me. Why do we need anyone else to discuss this? Indigenous community has been harmed, and they need to be engaged, and then we can move on. I understood that 100%. We need to do better what we've been doing, but we cannot leave. Yeah, but we cannot leave the general public out of this conversation. It depends on the success of reconciliation. Thank you, Mayor Masters.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Anyone else to speak to the main motion prior to the Deputy Mayor closing off debate? Seeing none, Councillor Hawkins, could you close the debate, please?
Thank you very much, Mayor. It's been a difficult debate for everyone. I want to come back to the last words of Murray Sinclair. He spoke of balance in the relationship. This is a difficult debate because the legacy of MacDonald is very harmful, and yet his legacy is also very wonderful. Without MacDonald, it's likely that there would not be a Canada today. We'd be living in a different country with an entirely different culture. One of the problems with this afternoon's discussion is that it's been very one-sided. MacDonald has been examined critically. I'm not saying unfairly, but critically. And yet we haven't examined his wonderful legacy in the same measure, and nor could we. I'm concerned that out of that imbalance, that reconciliation has not been moved forward very far, if at all. I do know, though, one way in which we could move reconciliation forward. If we stop looking back to the past so intensely and look to the future of young Indigenous and non-Indigenous children in this province, it's there, I think, that we'll find reconciliation. We'll find it in the provision of balanced and truthful education. We'll find it in the provision of good housing and steps to remediate poverty. We'll find it in the provision of clean drinking water for everyone. We'll find it in the provision of community wellness and health care for Indigenous and non-Indigenous children. And maybe most of all, we'll find it if we can reform our prison system so that 80% of the young people in our prisons are not Aboriginal. Our prisons, our ancestors will look back at us and they will fault us rightly for the kind of prison system we have, in the same way that we look back and say the residential schools were a terrible mistake. So I just want to end this debate by saying that while I'll oppose this motion because I think the whole process for arriving here was flawed, I think there is a road to reconciliation. And I think it doesn't have much to do with statues. I think it has everything to do with the deep social measures that we can all take together, holding hands, to improve the lives of our Indigenous young people together with our own non-Indigenous young people. I'd like to leave it there, Mayor, and I thank you for conducting a fair and difficult debate. And I thank my fellow councillors for being honest with each other. It's helpful.
Well said, sir. Mr. City Clerk, please call the vote.
Thank you. With respect to the main motion, I will begin with Councillor Hawkins, please.
Opposed.
Councillor Stadnichuk.
In favor.
Councillor Mole.
In favor.
Councillor Mancinelli.
In favor.
Councillor Zahidniak.
In favor.
Councillor Shaw.
Opposed.
Councillor LeBlanc.
In favor.
Councillor Findura.
Opposed.
Councillor Bresciani.
Opposed.
Councillor Stevens.
In favor.
Mayor Masters.
In favor.
The main motion is carried 7-4, Mayor.
Thank you very much. We have a delegation for CR 21-47. Just one moment.
Yeah.
I'd like to call upon Delegation Lisa Odle. Please introduce yourself for the record and the organization you're representing, if any. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any question that members of Council may have for you. Good afternoon, Ms. Odle.
Excellent. Good afternoon. My name is Lisa Odle. I am coordinator of the Decolonizing Circle in Regina. I'm also a resident in Regina. And we as an organization are very happy that the City of Regina is taking some steps to correct wrongs by planning to remove John A. Macdonald statue from its place of prominence and making progress on changing the name of Dudney Pool and Park. Thank you. That's excellent. We appreciate the pending change and acknowledge the progress. This has been one of our main goals as an organization for the past 3 years, to promote the name change of Dudney Avenue as well as Dudney Park and Pool. It is a good thing to have that name, the name of the change for the pool. But what about Dudney Avenue? My journey with this started over 3 years ago when I learned about the atrocities of Edgar Dudney. I was quite embarrassed and did not know about this. Having learned this, I wondered what city would continue to name a street after a person who had carried out Prime Minister John A. Macdonald's starvation policy, withholding food from Indigenous people until they moved onto reserves, thus clearing the plains for the railway and European settlement. Who does that? And after the TRC report, what city would continue to name a street? Hello? Pardon me?
Sorry, we just had someone on the call was not on mute. I apologize for the interruption, Ms. Odle. Please continue.
Okay, thank you. And so the city needs to go further than the recommended change and also change the name of Dudney Avenue. Some say that changing the name of the avenue will cost too much, or they say that we have other priorities, or that residents along the street will complain and ask why change history. I think it is high time for the city to take a stand, to be bold, and say that you're taking that stand. Indeed, the province to join with the city to teach the true history. It was their negligence for too many years that many people were not, that this was not included in the curriculum. Truth means standing up and making the changes. So please tell the people of Regina why you are choosing to change, you're choosing not to change the name of Dudney Avenue, and tell them the truth that Edgar Dudney did many bad things, things that brought havoc and destruction to Indigenous peoples and their cultures, because settler society thought its ways were better and superior. Teach them the truth, that the systems that were set up were meant to oppress Indigenous peoples and keep them oppressed. Say that it has been called Dudney for far too long, and say that the city now wants to embrace different values, that it wants to be respectful of First Peoples of this land, of their traditions and practices, that you want a just and equitable society. Speaking the truth, tell them that Edgar Dudney used starvation policies to punish and to push Indigenous peoples out of the way so the railway could be built and that European settlers move in. It is really important that having the truth impacts of residential schools with generations still suffering from the trauma resulting from the attempted destruction of their families, traditions, languages, ways of being, ways of raising families, ways of treating the land. What for? So European settlers can take the land. Tell me, what is the cost of the attempted destruction of a people's culture? What is the cost of ignoring their teachings about Mother Earth? Yes, tell me, what is the cost of not honoring the treaties? The cost of reconciliation is the truth. Teach, educate. Do not put all the burden of that on Indigenous peoples. My last question is, what is the way to repair and build a relationship? How do you treat your brothers and sisters whom you have imposed oppressive systems on? Look at the outcomes. The numbers in jails, in foster care, in child care, in poor health. Look at the high rate of Indigenous suicide. Please don't say these matters are the province's problem. This is our problem. It is a collective problem. Let us all, city, province, and nation, put our hearts, heads, and money together to address this problem. Yes, you're right. It is more than changing the name of Dudney. The first thing you need to do is to have the will. You have to want it to do it. And I'll say to the city of Regina, be courageous, be bold. This is not easy. Changing oppressive structures and systems to ones that are equitable, that is hard work and it takes time. It will require more education to change hearts and minds, not to mention more money. This is your work now to prepare for tomorrow. And please, I ask you, just don't pass up on this opportunity. Nothing should be named after Edgar Dudney. I can take questions or listen to comments.
Thank you very much, Ms. Odle. Does anyone on council have a question for the delegate? Councillor Zakidniak.
Thank you. Ms. Odle, I just wanted to thank you for your presentation and also to just ask you if you're aware that administration is currently considering not just the pools, but also the adjoining parks in terms of renaming them. And in terms of the request for renaming Dudney Avenue, the administration is developing a legacy review process. So just that there's different procedures that would be in place for the street, the park, and the pool. So it's just it is all being considered. It's just differently the process to consider them. So I didn't know if you were aware of that.
Sorry, Councillor Zakidniak, did you have a question for the delegate?
Yeah, just if she was aware of that.
I am aware that there is a process, but what I want to make clear that in public spaces, we need to be really careful at this stage in our lives when we have learned so much about the history, that we need to be careful as to who and what we name in our public spaces, because it sends a message of our values and what does it say to our young people. I keep thinking of all the Indigenous kids growing up who have a street named after a person who has literally destroyed so much of their culture and traumatized so many of their people. So on this side of it, it doesn't have to be a logical, systematic. The first thing that is required is a will.
Okay.
You must have the will. And education is part of that will, making that will. And it is the responsibility now of council with the city to look for partners to help educate, because the system, the curriculum has been lacking. So a lot of people who say, why change history? Well, the true history hasn't been told.
Okay, thank you. I completely agree with what you're saying. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Zakidniak.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Halkins.
Thank you, Mayor. Ms. Odell, you've been very interesting in your comments on Dewdney and the changing of the name of the Dewdney Pool. Part of this motion also contains reference to keeping or changing the name of Maple Leaf Pool. Do you have any problem keeping the name Maple Leaf Pool?
Wouldn't it be honorable to name something in that part of the city and connect it with Indigenous people who live in a large part there and support them? And I think it would be good to give them an honor and respect, because that's some of the energy that we want to have in the city. We want to have that positive energy towards Indigenous people and that respect. And when we diss them with negative names, that doesn't create respect. It creates more disrespect.
Just to follow up, do you feel that the name Maple Leaf Pool is a negative name?
I think we can have something more focused at this stage of the game.
Thank you for your answers.
You're very welcome.
Seeing no other questions, I'll thank you very much for your presentation this afternoon, Ms. Odell, and ask that you leave the meeting now.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate your time.
I'd like to call upon Delegation Florence Stratton. Please introduce yourself for the record, and you'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any question members may have for you. Good afternoon again, Ms. Stratton.
Yes, good afternoon, Mayor Masters. Yeah, Florence Stratton, I'm representing myself. I was pleased to see the recommendation that Council approve the renaming of Dewdney Pool to Buffalo Meadows Pool. I was, however, like Lisa, disappointed that the renaming did not extend to Dewdney Park and Dewdney Avenue. Dewdney Park, Pool, and Avenue are all named to honor Edgar Dewdney. In the late 1800s, Dewdney was both Indian Commissioner and Lieutenant Governor of the Northwest Territories, which included what is now Saskatchewan. In these roles, Dewdney carried out Prime Minister Macdonald's policy of starving Indigenous peoples, oversaw the establishment of the residential school system, advised PM Macdonald to have Louis Riel executed, enthusiastically endorsed the idea of confining Indigenous peoples to their reserves and thus keeping them out of white settler space, an idea that materialized as the past system, an apartheid policy that lasted for nearly 60 years, even though it had no legal basis and was in fact illegal, a policy that was copied by South Africa in the 1940s when it was creating apartheid South Africa. How can we have a park and a main roadway in Regina named after a man who supported such racist and genocidal policies? Yes, it will cost some money to change the name of Dewdney Avenue, one of the longest roadways in Regina, but that money is nothing compared to the cost in human health, human well-being, and human lives of the policies Dewdney supported and administered. So please, I would say no half, or more accurately, third measures as part of your decolonization and reconciliation efforts. Also support the renaming of Dewdney Park and Dewdney Avenue. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Stratton. Are there any questions from Council for the delegate? Seeing none, I'll thank you again for your presentation. Oh, I apologize, Councillor Hawkins. Apologies, Councillor Hawkins, did you wish to speak to the delegate?
I'm sorry, having trouble with all these buttons.
Okay.
Thank you, Florence, for coming forward. I appreciate your comments about Dewdney. I'm curious, do you think Maple Leaf Pools as a name is in any way distasteful?
I don't think it's up to me to make that decision. I mean, I think, as I said earlier, I belong to Settler Society. Settler Society gave the pool that name. Maybe it's time for a change. Other people should be consulted as to what it might be named. It's being rebuilt. It will, in fact, be a new pool. So if some people would like to rename it, I'd be very happy about that.
Thank you very much for your answer.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. I have no other members of Council wishing to speak. I'll thank you again for your presentation, Ms. Stratton, and ask that you leave the meeting.
Thank you.
We will now consider CR 21-47, Dewdney and Maple Leaf Pools renaming. Councillor Hawkins, may I ask that you please introduce the report?
Thank you, Mayor. The recommendation to City Council is 1, approve the renaming of Dudney Pool to Buffalo Meadows Pool. 2, direct administration to begin discussions with the Heritage Community Association regarding the renaming of Maple Leaf Pool. My recollection, Mayor, is that, could be faulty, but is that we voted on these separately in the executive committee, and I'd like to suggest that we vote on these separately here. I'll need a seconder.
Someone second the motion by Councillor Hawkins?
I'll second.
Thank you.
I'll second.
Bresciani. Yep.
Thank you. Would you like to speak to the Dudney Pool to Buffalo Meadows first, sir?
Yes, please. This was not as difficult for the executive committee. The reality is that when we're looking at legacies, there's a vigorous discussion about the legacy of McDonald, which we've been through. The legacy of Dudney is much more one-sided, and I think there was a general consensus that Dudney, the renaming of Dudney Pool to Buffalo Meadows Pool should be approved. And should I address Maple Leaf Pool at the same time?
City Clerk is nodding yes, sir. Please go ahead.
Right. The Maple Leaf Pool is an entirely different situation. The Maple Leaf is, well, there's very few symbols of Canada that are more important than the Maple Leaf. It's on our flag, and it seems rather gratuitous and indeed almost insulting to remove that name, which is about as wholesome as you can get. So while the executive committee recommended that discussions with Heritage Community Association regarding the renaming of Maple Leaf Pool should take place, I will not support that because I don't think that there is need for a renaming. I think that the new pool and the old pool are in the same location, same idea pool, and I don't see any need to tear away the symbol of the maple leaf. It's not harmful to anyone, hasn't harmed anyone, isn't associated with anything evil unless you think the whole country is evil. So I'd ask for the separate vote. I support the renaming of Dudney Pool to the Buffalo Meadows Pool, although I recognize that we will have to have an honest discussion if that passes about the renaming of Dudney Avenue. And I oppose the renaming of Maple Leaf Pool because of the important symbol that the maple leaf is for all Canadians of all races and of all origins. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Stevens.
Yeah, thank you. Just to the point about splitting off the vote, I certainly support the renaming or the potential renaming of Maple Leaf Pool. It's not a harmful legacy. What I would remind Council of two things. One, it's still in Maple Leaf Park. There has been no offense taken to that so far. I think this is an opportunity to actually add more diversity to the naming of these important civic structures. The final point is, during the last report, we had a pretty extensive debate about public consultation and engaging the community. That's precisely what is being proposed. So if we're sincere about engaging the community, the renaming component of this report allows that to take place. We notice here that the Central Board, the Community Association, and RITSIS, as well as local elders and the community, will all be part of that discussion. I think this is a great thing. I think it's a way of adding diversity to our naming of infrastructure and places. And I've seen no indication that there's offense taken by Maple Leaf and that there's any intention to withdraw that as a name for the park. So I think both are actually worthy of our support.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Councillor LeBlanc.
Thank you. I'm in favor of both parts of the recommendation in the report. I'm not opposed to voting on them separately. I think that makes good sense. Just one demographic point in support of exploring Indigenous renaming of Maple Leaf Park, which is in the Heritage neighborhood, which I represent, and that is Heritage has a disproportionate amount of Regina's Indigenous people, and I think it makes good sense when we're exploring renaming or naming new civic locations with Indigenous names to start or focus there. So in the 2016 census, I see on the city's website, 20.5% of Heritage residents are Indigenous. I know a lot of Indigenous kids hang out there, and so I think it's well worth consultation to see whether it would make sense to do that, especially given the community association's backing. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor LeBlanc. Councillor Sakidniak, there's motions with this, just there'll be a separate recorded vote on recommendation number 1 and 2, but please, if you'd like to speak to either 1 or 2.
Great. Okay, thanks. I just wasn't sure. What I'm actually looking for first is some from administration, some commentary about the process for the parks affiliated, the Maple Leaf and Dewdney Park, and also Dewdney Avenue. We heard that come up with the delegations today. So just how those processes work and how those name changes are being considered, please, through the chair.
Sorry, we're fighting over the button. Ms. Harlech.
Thank you, Mayor Masters. So in 2020, a petition was submitted by the community to the city asking for the Dewdney Avenue pool and the park to be renamed. So we went through a process to have discussions with the community and elders to look at what that would on what they would like to see. And from that came the name that we're putting forward today. The Maple Leaf Pool, the reason why we're recommending that is through reconciliation efforts. It is important to have names for our facilities, parks, and street that recognize our history and the Indigenous culture. And so because we are rebuilding the pool and have this opportunity, we thought we would come forward to council to ask for that, to see whether or not council wished to proceed to look at the renaming of the new facility that's being built. The park at this point in time would remain as Maple Leaf Park. As far as the Dewdney Avenue street renaming, I will have to defer that to the city clerk as.
Thank you, Mayor Masters. With respect to your question, Councillor Zahidniak, we did receive a formal request to rename Dewdney Avenue last summer. And at that time, in consultation with one of the delegations that we heard this afternoon, Ms. Odell, we informed her that we had received her request with some associated petitioners, that we would be examining the implications and any costs related to the proposed naming. Subsequent to that, we would arrange for what we are terming conversation sessions with Indigenous elders, which would be preceded by any appropriate ceremonial ritual that should be done at that time. We will be looking to set up a citizens advisory panel, which will be comprised of historians and other stakeholders to examine the naming requests and make recommendations. There will be also extensive public consultation and engagement on that. You've heard that that's something that's very important, and so that too will be taken into account. I would anticipate that at some point in Q2 we may have a preliminary report, but with the election and the late budget and all the reports coming forward, we chose to deal with the Maple Leaf and Dewdney pools, as well as the John A. Macdonald statue prior to bringing the report on Dewdney Avenue forward.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. It also says in the report that the renaming of the Dewdney Pool Park, a report on that will be shared with the Regina Planning Commission for consideration this in April of this year. Is that still the case? Through the chair, please.
Through you, Mayor Masters, that is correct. The report is scheduled to go to RPC. The reason why it is separate is facilities would come to exec and park renaming, or pardon me, the park renaming goes to the Regina Planning Commission.
Great. Thank you very much. I will be supporting both of these recommendations, and I appreciate the additional information from administration.
Thank you, Councillor Zakidniak. Councillor Mancinelli.
Thank you very much. Through the chair, how old is Maple Leaf Pool, or how old has the Maple Leaf Pool location been there?
For you, Mayor Masters, I might ask Ms. Deridich. I'm not sure of the date.
For you, Mayor Masters, the original Maple Leaf Pool, I believe, was constructed in 1946.
Okay. Thank you for that. All in favor of recommendation 1. If we're going to have any history or heritage in our own city, it strikes me that such a good name for a Canadian pool shouldn't be changed just to change. I respect the initiative for the Indigenous names appearing in our community, but I think this is a landmark within our city, and I kind of want to build our own city's heritage as we build a heritage of all. So I don't think I can support point 2. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mancinelli. Any other councillors? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, I'll ask that you call the vote on recommendation number 1 to approve the renaming of Dudney Pool to Buffalo Meadows Pool.
Thank you. With respect to part 1, I will begin with Councillor Hawkins, please.
In favor.
Councillor Stadnichuk.
In favor.
Councillor Stevens.
In favor.
Councillor Bresciani.
In favor.
Councillor Findura.
In favor.
Councillor LeBlanc.
In favor.
Councillor Shaw.
In favor.
Councillor Zahidniak.
In favor.
Councillor Mancinelli.
In favor.
Councillor Moore.
In favor.
Mayor Masters.
In favor.
Part 1 carries 11-0, Mayor.
Please call part 2.
With respect to part 2, I will again begin with Councillor Hawkins, please.
Opposed.
Councillor Mole.
Opposed.
Councillor Mancinelli.
Opposed.
Councillor Zahidniak.
In favor.
Councillor Shaw.
Opposed.
Councillor LeBlanc.
In favor.
Councillor Findura.
Opposed.
Councillor Bresciani.
Opposed.
Councillor Stevens.
In favor.
Councillor Stadnichuk.
In favor.
Mayor Masters.
Opposed.
Part 2 is defeated 4-7, Mayor.
Thank you. One moment. We're just checking on delegations.
Mayor Masters, while we're waiting, can you tell us what item is next up on the agenda?
Thank you. I believe while we're waiting for delegations to see if they're calling in, let's go to CR 21-53, appointment of the Integrity Commissioner. We'll now consider item CR 2153, appointment of Integrity Commissioner, which came out of Executive. Councillor Hawkins, could I ask you to introduce the report?
I'm happy to do that, Mayor. I can't find it in my notes, but this is very straightforward. We've had an Integrity Commissioner for several years. There's always a discussion about whether or not this kind of matter should be dealt with inside council or outside council. An outside objective set of eyes is felt to be the better way to go. This is an appointment to fill that position.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. I'll just add, because I do have it in front of me, I apologize. The incumbent is retiring, and this is delegating authority to the city solicitor, subject to concurrence of the city clerk, to negotiate and engage the services of an Integrity Commissioner. So, does anyone wish to speak to this motion? And I do need a seconder.
I'll second the Zakidniak.
Thank you, Councillor Zakidniak. Anyone have any comments or questions? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, would you please call the vote?
I will begin with Councillor Hawkins again, please.
In favor.
Councillor LeBlanc.
In favor.
Councillor Shaw.
In favor.
Councillor Zahidniak.
In favor.
Councillor Mancinelli.
In favor.
Councillor Mole.
In favor.
Councillor Stadnichuk.
In favor.
Councillor Stevens.
In favor.
Councillor Bresciani.
In favor.
Councillor Findura.
In favor.
Mayor Masters.
In favor.
Carries 11-0, Mayor.
Thank you. We still don't have delegations, and so the motion or in the package right before that is with regard to City Council and COVID appearing. So it's CR 21-52, COVID-19 emergency, to suspend and replace all in-person Regina City Council and committees of council effective March 17th, in effect until April 30th. But Councillor Hawkins, Deputy Mayor, would you please introduce the report?
Thank you. I found this one. Thank you very much. This simply gives force to the discussion that City Council had in connection with the increasing virulence of the pandemic, and the discussion basically said we have to go back to meeting on Teams, unfortunate as that is, but it's meant, one, to protect the health of council, the mayor, council, and the staff of the city, and two, and this may be the most important part of this, it's meant to send out a signal to the city that we are in very difficult times in terms of COVID and of the variants and the contagious nature of the variants. And just as council is being careful here, I think we'd all urge our residents to take extra care, especially the young who are now more vulnerable to this pandemic.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Anyone wishing to speak to this motion? If not, in the interest of time, we do have delegations present now. We'll take a voice vote. Is anyone opposed to this motion? And I apologize, I do need a seconder.
Second, Andrew.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Any opposed? Hearing none, carried. Thank you, folks. So for the benefit of council, the delegations on the phone.
Hello.
Shelley, I'd like to call upon delegation. This is with regards to CR 21-51. I'd like to call upon delegation Shelley Sayre from the Ranchero Society. Please introduce yourself for the record. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which time you'll have the opportunity to respond to any questions. Welcome, Ms. Sayre.
Hello, good afternoon, Your Worship, Mayor Masters and Regina Councillors. My name is Shelley Sayre, Director of Housing representing Ranchero Society. Thank you for having me today. I would like to speak to both recommendations 4 and 7 related to this agenda item. I have provided you with my brief stating we are in support of recommendation 4 to implement a phase-in of property tax changes that will affect the commercial property at 2035 B and C Osler Street. The revaluation has significantly increased the tax burden at this location and has caught us by surprise. A phased-in approach would help both nonprofits, Phoenix Residential Society and Ranchero, to plan for this increase into the future. We are asking that you please vote in favor of this recommendation number 4 to phase in property tax changes to the commercial property at Osler Street. The brief I provided will speak more fully to recommendation number 7 before you. We are in support of recommendation 7 to implement a phase-in of property tax changes to multifamily residential properties for changes in property taxes as a result of the 2021 revaluation. The property at 2035A, McEwen Manor, meets the 3 conditions outlined in recommendation 7. Airlo Housing is a program operated by Ranchero Society. We are a nonprofit community housing organization that has 24-year history of providing affordable housing in the city of Regina. We currently have 92 affordable housing units, 39 of which are at McEwen Manor. McEwen Manor property at 2035 Olsler Street is the result of a collaborative partnership between two nonprofits, Ranchero Society and Phoenix Residential Society, and 3 levels of government. It was built between 2009 and 11, and it is a multi-residential commercial property that was purpose-built to serve the homeless and underhoused population in Regina. Phoenix Residential Society occupies the commercial space at this location for the sole purpose of providing the necessary supports to our tenants and operating the homes program. The programs are based on the Housing First model, and it guarantees housing and supports are inherent. Success of the Housing and Homes program have been outlined in Regina's Everyone is Home, the 5-year plan to end chronic and episodic homelessness in Regina. Our tenants living at McEwen Manor are residents of Regina who have struggled persistently with homelessness, chronic and serious mental and physical health issues and addictions, food insecurity, and poverty. The average annual income of our tenants has remained under $20,000 a year, with most relying solely on social assistance income as they are unable to consistently be employed due to health. Given income levels alone, any increases to rents to adjust to increases in property costs will create real and devastating hardship to tenants. The current social assistance rate on said program is $609, having no increases since 2018. Rents have increased only once since 2012 and $9 a month. When the rental housing supplement was discontinued, it left tenants topping up rent with basic living allowances. They cannot shoulder further increases to rent. Since 2012, the average length of stay has been 6.7 years. 12 of the original 39 tenants are still living there. That's 9 years of never having to be homeless. The pandemic has substantially increased costs to both Phoenix and Airlo in terms of precautionary measures, cleaning and PPE costs, staffing and supports. Tenants have also incurred increased costs ensuring food security and the essentials of self-care and personal safety. It is for these humanitarian reasons we ask this council to help us support the most vulnerable people in this community. We have one more ask. Please help us foster advocacy on behalf of our vulnerable citizens and urge all governments to provide ongoing funding for client services and programs and assistance and support to the many nonprofits that are working tirelessly to support them. We cannot all be in this together if we leave out the most vulnerable ones in our community. We respectfully urge you to vote in favor of the 2 recommendations 4 and 7 that will provide a phased-in approach to property tax increases. We meet the conditions of this recommendation in that McEwen Manor is a multifamily residential property, is owned and operated by a nonprofit, and it has seen more than 100% increase in taxes as a result of the 2021 revaluation. I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Zaire. Does any member of council have any questions of the delegate? Seeing none, thank you very much for your presentation this afternoon. I'd ask that you please leave the meeting.
Thank you.
On the line. Apologies, Councillor Stadnicek. Just missed it when I was saying goodbye to her. I'd like to call upon Delegation Sheila Wignes-Patton from the Phoenix Residential Society. Please introduce yourself for the record and the organization you're representing, if any. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any question that members of Council may have for you. Good afternoon.
Hello, my name is Sheila Wignes-Patton, and I am representing Phoenix Residential Society. And I thank you for hearing my brief, Your Worship, Mayor Masters, and City Councilman. Phoenix Residential Society is in support of Recommendation 7 to implement a phase-in approach of property tax changes to multifamily residential properties for the changes in property taxes resulting from the 2021 revaluation. And I have provided you with my written brief, but I am just going to read it. So Phoenix Residential Society is a community-based, nonprofit organization that has been providing residential support to some of the most vulnerable individuals in the city for over 40 years. The majority of our residents have serious and persistent mental health challenges, substance abuse issues, cognitive issues, as well as physical health challenges, and many are at risk of homelessness. And we currently serve over 190 clients in a variety of programs. In 2009, Phoenix Residential Society entered into a partnership with Airlo Housing and 3 levels of government, which resulted in the building of McEwen Manor. McEwen Manor houses 39 of our residents and provides, as Shelley said, the commercial space for staff offices as well as common room space for residents. Our Homes Housing First program also operates out of the commercial space. Phoenix provides intensive daily support to the residents of McEwen Manor on a 24-hour basis, and we do things like assisting with medication management, managing physical health challenges, supportive counseling for mental health and addictions issues. We provide trusteeship and assistance with money management, as well as providing opportunities for social and leisure activities. Having our offices in the commercial space definitely enhances our ability to support a large number of residents by allowing for the efficient and effective use of time and space. By providing a safe, affordable place to live with the right supports in place, the collaboration between Airlo Housing and Phoenix Residential Society has resulted in significantly improving the lives of our mutual clients. A long-term resident of McEwen Manor has commented, "This is the best place I've ever lived. I love my apartment and the staff are great." Most of the individuals residing in McEwen Manor receive benefits through the Ministry of Social Services SAID program, the Saskatchewan Assured Income for Disability, which provides a maximum shelter allowance of $609 a month. Airlo Housing has shown their commitment to provide affordable housing by keeping rental rates low. However, with the discontinuation of the rental housing supplement, many residents in McEwen Manor have been put in the position of having to top up their rent from their basic living allowance. As such, any other increases to their rent would result in a significant impact on their ability to budget for food and basic necessities and their overall quality of life. As well, as we all know, this past year, COVID-19 has placed an additional burden on both Airlo Housing and Phoenix Residential Society by having to cover the costs of PPE, extra staffing for support, cleaning and sanitizing, and residents have faced unanticipated expenses associated with rising food costs and ensuring their ability to follow public health orders. It is for these reasons that I respectfully ask City Council to vote in favor of recommendations 4 and 7 for a phase-in of property taxes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Wignis-Patton. Councillor Stanachuk.
Thank you, Mayor Masters. Thank you for your presentation. I do want to ask a question through the chair about the possibility of your funding. I don't know what the level of operating funding, if any, you get from the province, and if there's a possibility of that being increased to cover some of the increased costs that you're going to be facing.
We do get our funding for staffing and operations through for this program through the Saskatchewan Health Authority. But each individual resident in the McEwen Manor is required to pay their own rent. in terms of the commercial rent, our budgets are set for the coming year as well already. So at this time, there wouldn't be a possibility to get increased funding, as far as I'm aware, for rent.
Okay. I'll just leave it at that, and hopefully we can find support for you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stanicek. Any other member of council wish to ask a question of the delegate? Seeing none, I'll thank you very much for your presentation this afternoon, Ms. Wignis-Patton, and ask that you please leave the meeting.
I will. Thank you.
Council, we have a meeting that's not been completed by 5:30. We can call for a recess and continue. I would still need, or we can continue. I would need a motion of continuance and a seconder and a voice vote on it.
Mayor, I'll move that we continue. I have to leave at 7, but I think we can clean up a lot of this stuff quite quickly.
Thank you, sir. Can I have a seconder to that?
Second it, John here.
Thank you. A voice vote. Any opposed? Thank you. Continuing on, we'll now consider item CR 21-51, 2021 reevaluation update and tax policy. Councillor Hawkins, can I ask you to introduce the report?
Thank you very much. The motion is basically to continue the status quo. So the first point that needs to be made is right in the last words of number 8. There's going to be a property tax review report come to the executive committee in Q3 of 2021. That report will look more basically at the way in which mill rate factors are set. So in light of that, it didn't seem logical to start adjusting the mill rate at this point, especially as no notice had been given. That's point 1. Point 2 relates to 4 and 7. Phoenix Residential and Ranchero have been very helpful in their delegations reports. That provision is there so as not to catch those organizations and their clients with large tax increases. The organizations do tremendously fine work in the community. There's no danger that this is going to spill over and create an effect where large number of people come forward under these provisions. The conditions in Section 7 mean that probably these are the only organizations that would have an interest in this. That's point 2. Point 3 relates to golf courses, and it is really a similar point. There was a discussion in the executive committee about the fact that golf courses had were a subclass that had an effective tax rate equal to 65% of the effective commercial tax rate. Questions were raised about that, and you'll see in point 8 that rather than deal with this now, because golf courses did not have notice of this, rather than deal with it now, it will be part of the consideration in the tax review report that is coming forward in Q3. That will give the administration a chance to examine this and presumably discuss it with the golf courses and get their input. And finally, the last point, and it's just a critically important point that has been reiterated by the administration on numerous occasions, but it's very important. This is establishing mill rate factors. Mill rate factors are different than tax increases. As a city, we deal with whether or not to increase property taxes in our budget, and that was the discussion of last week, and the interest was 2.34%. That's a budget matter. The establishment of mill rate factors does not affect revenue coming into the city. It's revenue neutral to the city. Basically, some people may face an upward change in their mill rate factor because the relative value of their property has risen higher than the relative values of other properties in their class, but there will be a corresponding offset in other classes where the mill rate factors work in the opposite direction. The point here is that a change in the mill rate factors is revenue neutral to the city, has nothing to do with our budget, which is where we consider the actual level of property taxes. So with those four factors, this was the recommendation of the Executive Committee to City Council. Mayor, I'll need a seconder, and you might ask the administration whether they have anything to add to this. They're much more articulate on this than I am.
Thank you, sir. I thought you did a really good job. Can I have a seconder on the motion?
I'll second Andrew.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Mr. Holden, would you like to speak to this?
So through your masters, I will ask Mr. Lacey and his team to provide comment.
Thank you. Mr. Lacey?
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Masters, I don't really have a lot to add. I think Councillor Hawkins did a great job summarizing the purposes of this report. This is something that's done once every 4 years. Provincial legislation does require us to assess the value of every property and update that every 4 years. That's the purpose of this report. And as Councillor Hawkins has indicated, this is overall revenue neutral to the city. Does not result in either increased or decreased property tax revenue. It's revenue neutral. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lacey. Any member of council wishing to speak or ask any questions of the report? Seeing none. Mr. Clerk, I'll have you call the vote.
Thank you, Mayor. I will begin with Councillor Hawkins, please.
In favor.
Councillor Stadnichuk.
In favor.
Councillor Stevens.
In favor.
Councillor Bresciani.
In favor.
Councillor Findura.
In favor.
Councillor LeBlanc.
In favor.
Councillor Shaw.
In favor.
Councillor Zahidniak.
In favor.
Councillor Mancinelli.
In favor.
Councillor Mole.
In favor.
Mayor Masters.
In favor.
Carries 11-0, Mayor.
Council will move to the delegations for MN 21-1. Waiting for the delegation. Thank you. I'd like to call upon Delegate Robert Byers from Namarin Housing Corporation to please introduce yourself for the record and the organization you're representing. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any questions that members of Council may have for you. Good evening, Mr. Byers.
Good evening. So my name is Robert Byers, and I'm representing Namarin Housing Corporation. We are an Indigenous nonprofit affordable housing provider here in Regina, and have provided safe, affordable, quality housing and economic development opportunities to Indigenous people since 1977. We own and manage single detached homes, apartment buildings, a retail mall, a warehouse, and various social enterprises that contribute to this city's ongoing need for affordable housing. We say what we do to make our community better. Namarin is also the community entity for the National Reaching Home Homelessness Strategy. We are one of 3 Indigenous-led community entities in Canada, which manages both the designated community and the Indigenous homeless funding streams. Our organization is dedicated to innovative solutions on the subjects of truth and reconciliation, missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls, and the great need to eliminate homelessness. In 2014, we purchased 1840 Lawrence Street from the province of Saskatchewan, as well as an adjacent lot from the city of Regina in 2016. We purchased the land downtown with plans to build a mixed-use development that included over 170 units of affordable housing and focus on providing accessibility and energy efficiency to the downtown area, including 30% of all units reserved for barrier-free use by those with disabilities. In consideration of the fact that 80% of our time is now spent indoors, we see the need to draw importance to looking for ways to reduce our carbon footprint. We have been using the larger piece we purchased as a temporary parking lot while we planned for our development. The smaller piece of land on Lawrence Street was always a parking lot and is not a part of this application. It is the only parking lot in Regina that is run by a nonprofit. where all proceeds go back into providing affordable housing. Our proposal for the site included supportive facilities in the downtown area, including ground-level grocery store space, a daycare, a community and amenity space, and a parkade. This piece of land is much more important to us than just a parking lot. While we are applying for the temporary use of this land as a parking lot, the revenue gained from this goes right back into Namrin Housing so that we can support affordable housing. We stand to lose almost all of the $250,000 in annual revenue that we get from this lot. As currently configured, the entrance off the alley is in the larger section and would be lost if the application doesn't succeed. The smaller piece of land would need substantial investment to build an entrance as well as an exit and can accommodate many fewer cars. This loss in parking lot revenues is devastating to a nonprofit organization and is very impactful to the people we serve and to our community. It may not sound like a lot of money to some, but in our world, it's a lot. 2 years ago, a 2x4 cost $2. They're now $8. A sheet of plywood that we paid $30 for is now $110. The cost of maintaining and renovating our homes has gone up tremendously. And for us to lose revenue that sustains what we do will leave a big hole. We work so hard to keep our tenants in their homes, and during these times of COVID-19, that has become even more challenging as an organization as a whole. Currently, throughout the pandemic, operating the lot has generated enough revenue to pay for taxes and maintenance of the parking lot. We continue negotiations with CMHC on grants applicable to funding a development either for the downtown site or for a land swap, which the City of Regina may be interested in. Our focus is 100% on affordable housing and transforming communities here in Regina. To the best of our knowledge, the temporary parking lot has not created any problems within the downtown since it was approved in 2015. Indeed, it is our impression that it has been appreciated by the general public. The Planning Commission in the Regina Downtown bid supported the application for the extension for the temporary use as a parking lot. If this was an application for permanency of parking use, then we too would be concerned about the precedent that this would set in the downtown. The generation of revenue for this parking lot goes right back into affordable housing that assists us in continuing to do things to make our community better. We are asking you once again to reconsider our application for an extension of the temporary use of the parking lot to December 31st, 2022, which is a year and a half. COVID-19 has slowed down or stopped projects right across Canada, and we need your help. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Byers. Do any member of council have questions? Councillor Shaw.
Hi, thank you for the presentation. Through you, Madam Mayor, I have a couple questions to ask the delegate. Can you tell us how much money has been funded and committed to date for this project, both from the federal and the provincial government? Through you, Madam Mayor.
I believe we got about $100,000 in seed funding, but the purchase of both pieces of property, the demolition of the building and the preparation that we went through to get it to be a temporary parking lot was zero. It was all by Namrin Housing.
So just to clarify that, so then the $100,000 that you got from seed funding has been used up, and there's no other funding committed to this project as of yet?
Not yet, no. So we've spent, I think it's about $7.2 million on the property alone.
But nothing towards the project. Am I correct in that?
Well, actually, all towards the project.
Okay.
We have no plan. We're not in the parking lot business. We don't want to be in the parking lot business. We invested in this property with plans of building a multi-use development.
And that's wonderful. And I'm not saying that you're not. I'm just wondering if there's any money that you've got so far committed from the federal or provincial government towards this wonderful building that you plan on building. Through you, Madam Mayor.
At this time, no, we don't.
Okay, thank you. Next question. Is there a business plan or some type of a strategic plan that you'll be willing to share with council so that we can have a better understanding of what you plan on doing? Through you, Madam Mayor.
I guess we could. We've got it's actually quite a big, I'm not sure what to call it, binder full of plans and a business plan, and we've done some redesign. So we do have something.
Okay, thank you for that. I would ask you to share that with myself, and I'm sure council would like to see that at your convenience. Thank you. Just one more question too. Now you say that you're going to make this by 2022, that you plan to have this only a parking lot until then. Do you feel that that'll be enough money, or that'll be enough time to get the funding by the end of 2022, considering that you have nothing right now?
Well, it'll be funding, or it'll be the sale of the land. We've been talking with the City of Regina. As you know, there's a plan for I'm not sure, but there's a transit investigation or whatever you call it going on right now. And we know that this piece of property may be important going forward. And so maybe there's something that we can do working with the city to have the city buy this land, and we can purchase other land off of you.
So that
we're strong believers
question.
Okay, sorry.
I was just going to say, that just leads me to another question now I'm saying that. So if the city is going to possibly buy some of your land, or buy that land for the transit system, so then that means the project will be, then you'll scrap the project and plans for that through you, Madam Mayor?
Well, then we would have to look at moving and see what land is available that the city owns. And if we could do a land swap doesn't sound all that professional maybe, but for just lack of better words, that's kind of what we're looking at and what we've discussed. There's potential for that to happen. We haven't discussed, particular size or piece of land or anything like that, but I think there's an appetite on maybe both sides.
I'm just having a really hard time trying to figure this out. You want us to extend the parking lot until 2022. You have zero funding for this project that you have planned for 2022. And now you're hoping that maybe the transit system will go across there and maybe the city will swap land. Do you understand how that's just, I'm having a little bit of problems with that? Can you clarify any of that for me? Thank you.
I do understand. We're in a tough situation. And that's why I say, we really need your help. Whether we sell this land in a private deal, it's proving pretty expensive to build what we had originally planned. So maybe we have to go back to CMHC with maybe not such a grand plan. But when we started this, we had all sorts of good words and good meetings, and then we sort of went as far as we could, and then COVID came, and I would say it was like it just stopped. And so we applied for an extension of 1.5 years, and that's all we're asking for. And I guess if we say no, then we were told that I've got a letter here from the City of Regina saying that if this is voted against or voted down, that we have to invest more money to put a fence around it and to, what do they say, decommission the parking lot. So not only a loss of revenue, but an increase in more expenses. And then taking any revenue that we put back into affordable housing while we work on a new plan, that goes away too. And we are responsible for over 200 families. And when you take away that much revenue, that's a hit for us. It's a hit for the people we serve.
So just kind of adding to that comment now that you've been saying, and just keep coming up with all these questions that you're saying. So maybe would it be a possibility to sell the land now, since either in 2022 you're going to have to sell it back to us for transit, or like is that an option to sell it now and kind of get out of this mess that we got into? Through you, Madam Mayor. Is that an option?
Well, I would say that we're currently exploring the options. You know, I guess it's pretty easy to call it a mess now, but you know, when we started this, it sure wasn't viewed as a mess. But I guess I'll make note of that.
Yeah, I understand business plans get sideswiped and so on and so forth. Just one more question, though, and then I promise I think that'll be it. Your talks with CMHC, can you please go into a little bit of depth in how those conversations are at this point? Through you, Madam Mayor? As to, sorry, I should clarify, financing that they're willing to do, projects the project that they're willing to work on. Through you, Madam Mayor.
Well, we've had discussions about if we were able to sell this land and acquire other land where we could develop something that isn't downtown and develop something on using more land. So it would be the density would be less, and therefore it'd be cheaper to or less cost less to develop. And we still would want to do a mixed-use development, but it would be within the guidelines or the bylaws of the City of Regina, which mean it would be like a 4-story wood frame construction, but it would still be mixed use because we want to develop a community. That's what this is about. And CMHC likes the idea of developing a community. So we've talked, we've had some early discussions, and you know, if we were to, you know, I guess invest what we can in the project, that CMHC in early discussions talked about between $25 and $30 million investment from them. And can we get our province involved? I don't know. But that's what we're getting when we're working with the federal government. You know, it's part of our plan is to reduce homelessness. So when we look at doing a development, it's not just about building some houses. There's no money to be made in affordable housing. What you do is you just try and make your community better, and we do that through housing. And now that we're the community entity, we're also a focus on eliminating homelessness in our community. That's why I'm asking for your help. We don't benefit from it.
Right.
The people that we serve benefit.
And all of those are wonderful initiatives. But my question is, CMHC has said to you that you're probably better off to sell and they would support you in a lower density area. Is that correct through you, Madam Mayor?
They didn't say that we're better off to sell, and I really don't think what we do is an initiative. I take offense to that. Sorry.
Oh, I apologize. Sorry, I thought that was an initiative to end
No, it's not an
homelessness.
initiative. It's what we do.
Okay. All right. That's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Shaw. Councillor Stadnicek.
Thank you, Mayor Masters. Through you, Mayor Masters, thanks for your presentation. Mr. Byers, what is your can you tell us a little bit about your current housing stock? Like, have you been successful building affordable housing in the city? Could you say a little bit about that?
Yeah, so we've got, in my presentation where I talked about single detached and apartment buildings, townhouse style, we own and manage over 200 residential as well as commercial real estate. We do property management as one of our social enterprises where we manage or look after properties for other owners. We've been doing this since 1977. We think we're pretty good at this stuff.
Okay. And what is the current need for affordable housing in the city, especially for the people that you serve?
Yeah, we've got over 250 people on our waiting list. And, we work hard at, keeping that list current as well. At one time, we had over 600, but we've managed to reduce that number. And I think that having current numbers is good for meetings like this or meetings with whomever, where we're not exaggerating, we're telling it like it is. And I would think that if you went to other affordable housing providers in town, like some of the larger ones, that their lists will be similar. Okay. I think that people are on the same lists, actually. But
and through you, Madam Chair, Mr. Byers, I wonder if you could say a little bit about the difference between what's involved in planning a housing development for a private developer versus a nonprofit organization like yourself.
Well, when we do it, it's about our community. It's not about profit. It's about making enough money so that we can provide the affordable housing and be sustainable. There's no profit, there's no benefit to any of us other than to the people that we house.
Specifically, I guess, through you, Mayor Masters, specifically, I guess my question is, I'm just wondering if, in terms of trying to get something off the ground, if you have more hoops to go through or more challenges in order to get a housing project off the ground compared to a private developer.
Well, and we actually have a team of consultants that have been that really believe in what we do as well and have been working on a pro bono basis. We have one of the people in our delegation was our architect and lead on the project. We have all the engineers are from here, the builder. I believe that we have an all-star team of consultants working with us. Myself, I mean, I can't get it off the ground, but with the people that we have working with us, we sure can.
All right. In terms of how confident you are that you are going to be able to build something, whether it's at this location but that you are going to be able to go ahead, that you will get CMHC approval and support financing. If you could give it on a scale of 1 to 10, what would you say your confidence level is that this is going to go ahead?
Well, I think if I said a 10, you might think I'm a little crazy, but honestly, I'm such a big believer in what we do and what this project means to the people that we serve that, I could step it back a notch to like a 9 or a 9.5. Like I'm really confident in it. And like I say, when I said that we have an all-star team of consultants that work with us, like these people support us all the way. They've actually participated in meetings with CMHC, where CMHC sent some fairly high-level people down here. We've met with the CEO of CMHC regarding what we're doing here. And then, like I say, then COVID hit. and it's been like a regroup, and the CEO from CMHC is retiring, and it's a new CEO, and so we've started that relationship, and she's aware of the project here. You know, it's they realize that we need some housing in Regina, and it's easy to build a fourplex or a 8-unit apartment building. That we can do very quickly, but that doesn't make a much difference to if you have 250 families on your waiting list. It's it's like I say, an 8-unit apartment building is nice. Certainly wouldn't say no to it, but it's not the difference maker that I think the community would make.
Okay, and through you, Mayor Masters, my final question. As you know, the city has committed to being 100% renewable by 2050. Namrand has been one of the leaders in terms of using renewable solar energy. I wonder if you could talk about whether or not your new housing proposal would also have renewable energy.
Yes, it would, and it's funny that you'd say that, because one of the engineers that works with us just won an award on energy and what he does for houses, and I forget exactly what it's called, but it's about almost like a blanket around your house, and how it's reduced the cost and the use of energy to heat homes. And, you know, living in Saskatchewan, that's important. And it's also what you save when you're heating homes, you also save when you're cooling a home, right? Because it works both ways. And like I say, this is important to us. We made our investment in solar energy 10 years ago. People wondered what the heck we were doing. Now it's going that way. When we did it, it was at that time, it was the second largest solar project in the province. It's on all our multi-dwelling units as well as our mall. So the people that live where our collectors are, they actually, that saving is passed on to them. It reduces their utilities.
Okay, thank you very much. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Councillor Stadnichuk. Councillor Stevens.
Great, thank you. Robert, I'm going to bring the conversation back to where it's supposed to be, which is parking. 2 years ago, I heard this presentation, same timeline. It was supposed to be temporary. Would it be fair to say that, if this happens 2 years from now, we should absolutely not extend it because the project's not going to happen?
I would say, Andrew, we're not in the business of parking lots. We're in the business of helping people get housing. This is marginalized people that really need housing, and that's our focus. You know, I understand the thing about we've got so much brown space out there. I know that. We don't want to be a parking lot owner or administrator. We really do want to be an affordable housing provider. That's our area of expertise. We have a number of businesses where those revenues go back into it. We don't get funding from the government. We're one of those organizations that does it on their own because we've been around so long. Any of that money that used to come to organizations like us in the form of a subsidy, that's gone for us. That's why a hit like 250,000 is tough on us. And I'm not, I'm being honest. It's a hard thing that we do. I guess our feel good every day is when we can house another family, or when a family comes in and just thanks us for what we do. But like I said, the cost of materials. We luckily for us, we have a team here that we can renovate our houses. But if we had to add contractors onto the cost of materials, I don't know what we'd do. And like I said, that's an economy 2x4. The cheapest 2x4 you can buy has gone from $2 to, well, with tax, it's just a little over $8. Like it makes
Robert,
it hard.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Again,
sorry, I'll go on.
This is, no, it's a great project. I've seen it, but this is not what this is about. I guess the question you're asking us is you, just to correct me if I'm wrong, you want us to defy existing policies around parking lots, around the actual negative effects of parking lots to cross-subsidize another project. How long should we continue with that?
December 31st, 2022 would be nice.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Councillor Fundura.
Thank you, Mayor Masters. Good discussion. Mr. Byers, thank you for presenting. Question the council asking questions about your comment was you are here to ask us for help. And as far as if I can understand this correctly, because right now you gave some numbers on if this doesn't go through, your number is going to be what? And you did say something about it's going to be taking away from you providing repairs to houses, other things to your community. Can you just, I know maybe I'm maybe repeating the questions of other councillors, but can you give me a little bit of a summary on that?
Yeah, so besides the loss of revenue, then we have a cost of the taxes. There's the cost of decommissioning the parking lot. There's the cost of the fence or the barricades that have to go around it. There's the cost of, there's an underground system for our entrance and our exit at that parking lot. So there's another cost there. It's, when I think of reconciliation, and we've done a lot of talking, I've been on this call and watching since it started. And I listened to the delegation that came forward to speak of reconciliation in the John A. Macdonald statue. And while we vote to relocate the statue as a step in the direction of reconciliation, and we really want to be a part of the community and a part of the economy here in Regina. And all we're asking is for a 1.5 year extension. To me, I think this is economic reconciliation. I think that's really important as well. It's hard for us. And, I believe that we're leaders in affordable housing across Canada. The number of social enterprises we have, we do this without government funding. We're not asking for the City of Regina to give us money. We're just asking for support. That's it.
Okay, so to you, Mayor Masters, the downtown RD bid is supportive. Even the second letter, I believe, they're supportive of the extension. And we've at a previous meeting we have deferred the parking, all the surface parking to the RD bid to come back to us. In your opinion, is there any losses here on behalf of the city, or any kind of losses that downtown will incur by having a parking lot for another that particular parking lot for another 1.5 years, in your opinion? Did we lose you, Mr. Byers?
I'm sorry, I missed that.
Okay. What I'm saying is that the RD bid is supportive of the extension.
Correct.
So what I'm asking is that, in your opinion, from the RD bid, you feel that RD bid feels that by extending the parking lot for another year and a half is going to be detrimental to downtown, or is the RD bid feel? I'm not putting words into their mouth, but in your opinion, but by having this parking lot will help you. You were saying something about 250,000 that you will have to put out if you don't have it. So what I'm saying is that, is there a detriment to the downtown for you being there for a year and a half, or is it more of a detriment to you as a member in housing for not having that for next year and a half?
Yeah, it's really it's devastating to us to lose it, to not get the extension, and I would say that the Regina downtown, I would say that they support what we do because it's needed. Not the parking lot isn't needed, but the chances of a development in the downtown is needed. And I think that's why the Regina Downtown Bid supports us. They don't support us because we run a good parking lot. They support us because of the potential.
Thank you for that. So I just want to ask you one more question about you as an member in housing being the what's the word would be the best ran or most stable community in the housing, what you're providing for persons for let's say homeless or the community on higher needs. Would you say would that statement is correct? What I've read, that you are the most stable community around?
I don't know. I would have trouble maybe saying that, even if we were, we know that we do a good job in providing affordable housing and maintaining our homes. We're proud that we do it without government involvement. We do this through our social enterprises. We are one of 3 Indigenous-led organizations in the country that is responsible for both funding streams, Indigenous and designated community, for the federal homelessness program. We're proud of that. And we think that we do think that we do a good job. But to say that we're, I couldn't say that we're the best, but I can certainly say that we do a good job.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Byers, for answering. Thank you, Mayor Masters.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I understand that Mayor Masters has had to leave the chair. I'll take over temporarily. And the next person up on the speaking list is Councillor Bresciani.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Byers, for being here. I just have a question in regards to I remember when this proposal came forward in last term and the purchase. I just have a question. There was a talk about a grocery store there. And I remember can you just elaborate what happened? And, you went from housing to a grocery store. Just elaborate for me, please.
Well, the grocery store was just a part of the development. There was some community space in there as well. We talked with other community-based organizations. We looked at a daycare. Everything that would really support a community. We were excited about this, and so was everybody else. When you've got, half a dozen consultants working pro bono, it's because they really believed in the need and they believed in the project. These people we still talk to them. They still are a part of this group. It's been going on a long time.
Thank you. So can I ask you another question? Was there any inclination when you bought this land, when you purchased this, that the city down the way would maybe purchase it from you? Was there a conversation when you purchased it that there would be some inclination from the city that this land was that part of the reason you purchased it?
No, not at all. we believed 100% that we were going to be successful in the development of our project.
Okay. So I guess the last question I have for you, Robert, is we've got a whole bunch of parking lots downtown, and we've had others come forward and ask for extensions, and we've said no, we can't do it, or some we've given 1 year. What would 1 year look for you if we were to say we could do it for 1 year, and because that's kind of what we've done for others to keep it the same? How would that work for you guys, through the chair?
I don't know if that's enough time. We've met, we've discussed, and that's where we came to was December 31st, 2022. It's a lot of work, and it's a big piece of property.
Yes. Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Shaw, I have your name on my list, but you've already had a chance to ask questions. And normally in council, we only get one round.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
You know what? That's okay.
And the mayor is back, I see. So just before I turn it over to her, the next person, thank you very much, Mr. Byers. You may leave the meeting. The next person on the list is Mr. Tomlinson.
Oh, sorry, he's a delegate.
Oh, okay. I turn it over to you. Okay.
Thank you, sir. Seeing no further questions for the delegate, I'll thank you for your presentation, Mr. Byers, and ask that you leave the call. I'd like to call upon Delegation Garth Tomlinson from PCL Construction Management. Please introduce yourself for the record, and you have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any questions that the members of Council may have for you. Good afternoon, sir. Evening.
Good afternoon, and thank you, Mayor and Council. My name is Garth Tomlinson, and I'm the Business Development Manager for PCL Construction in Regina. I make this presentation on behalf of PCL Construction in support of Namarand Housing Corporation, and in support of Namarand's continued use of the parking lot at 1840 Lawrence Street through to December 31, 2022. PCL has had a continued and professional relationship with Namarand Development Corporation for approximately 10 years, providing construction management services on a variety of projects, one of which includes the parking lot referenced today. Our relationship with Namarand has allowed us firsthand to experience the benefits that Namarand provides the community and the City of Regina. The revenue that the parking lot generates helps sustain and will continue to provide Namarand the funding to do the necessary good work that they do. PCL was engaged in 2014 to provide pre-construction services to Namarand for an affordable housing project on the Lawrence Street property. While the project has not proceeded, we have remained engaged providing various budgets, scheduling, and construction advice. And as Mr. Byers just referenced, we have been doing that on a pro bono basis for close to 8 to 10 years. The proposed affordable housing complex would definitely be a welcome construction project in the city at a time when commercial construction market is slow at best. The Namarand Place development would require more than 500,000 person-hours of skilled labor to construct. This would require a peak workforce of 150 people and an average of almost 100 people through the course of the 2.5-year build. Within the total hours, there would be a significant portion that could be done by Indigenous people, as PCL's target on current projects within Regina is in excess of 20% of those total hours. In addition to the direct employment of people in Regina, there would also be more than $13 million in material purchases, and equipment rentals from local suppliers and vendors, generating economic spin-off for those companies. Namarand would benefit from a very competitive construction marketplace at this time, and the availability of skilled trades has never been stronger. The continued use of the parking lot would help Namarand in realizing their focus on much-needed affordable housing in Regina. We believe in the project and Namarand, and that is why we are supporting them today. We therefore request that you reconsider the application for extension of the temporary use of the parking lot to December 31, 2022. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Tomlinson. Any members of council have any questions for the delegation? Seeing none, I'll thank you very much for your presentation, sir, and ask that...
Mayor Master?
I apologize. I believe
Yeah,
Councillor
sorry.
Shaw would
No,
like a question.
I know, I'm just slow. Sorry. Hello, and thank you for your presentation and some clarification on the build. Just a quick question. So if you're asked to build this affordable housing and it's a $110 million project, what would it be if PCL builds it?
What would it be?
Yeah, when you guys build it, would the cost be less or the $110 million that you're speaking to?
Well, we believe that the budget, we believe that the budget is current in today's standards and includes things such as the suggestion by Mr. Byers that it would meet all codes in the new National Energy Code, etc. The budget has been updated basically yearly as we go through and help Namrand pursue funding for the project. So we try and keep the budget completely up to date.
With what it is. So, and just to clarify that, so each one of these units, how much do you think, have you broken down a cost benefit for each one of the units that'll be in this project? Through you, Madam Mayor.
No, we haven't.
Oh, okay. All right, thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, Councillor Shaw. Seeing no other questions, I'll thank you very much for your presentation, Mr. Tomlinson, and ask that you leave the meeting now.
Thank you.
I'd like to call upon Delegation Brian Saunders from Namrand Place. Please introduce yourself for the record. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any question that members of Council may have for you. Good evening, Mr. Saunders.
Yes, good evening, Mayor Masters, members of City Council. Thank you for the opportunity of making this presentation. My name is Brian Saunders. I represent Namrand Housing Corporation, and I am responsible for the proposed architectural design, as well as the project director for the proposed Namrand Place. Until recently, I practiced architecture in Regina for some 45 years. For background on this presentation, please refer to Namrand's application of October 28, 2020, and the briefing note dated February 17, 2021. Namrand is committed to supporting the community by providing those in need with affordable housing and related services, while emphasizing environmental sustainability. Namrand provides safe, clean, affordable, quality housing and economic development opportunities for Indigenous people. Namrand also provides full property management services to tenants, as well as snow removal, groundskeeping, and other services to the community. The range and depth of community and volunteer work that Namrand performs within Regina for Indigenous people is indeed impressive. It provides a level and variety of social services that would be difficult to replace. Following the purchase of 1840 Lawn Street and 2301 11th Avenue, Namrand considered the early demolition of the old provincial government buildings existing at 1840 Lawn Street as a head start to constructing an affordable housing project. After numerous discussions with the city, in August 2015, Namrand submitted an application for the demolition of the buildings and the preparation of the combined sites for temporary parking usage. The subsequent income from this use would pay for demolition and would prepare the site for construction as project funding was acquired from CMHC. At that time, all parties involved thought that this was an excellent idea. Had the city refused this at 1840 Lawn Street, then it is highly likely that Namrand would not have carried through with the cost of consulting and demolition, therefore renting only 2301 13th Avenue as parking. Since that time, in working tirelessly and diligently with CMHC and private funding sources in the acquisition of funding, this has proven more difficult than anybody expected. To this day, funding is still held up by intergovernmental considerations, which has placed Namron in the unenviable position of requesting extensions to the temporary parking use. Over the years, Namron has experienced a gradual reduction in the amount of funding available from levels of government, and this, together with an increasing social demand for services, has meant that Namron must be increasingly financially and fiscally innovative. Namron has had to become very proficient in matters of social enterprise, whereby any income that can be gleaned can result in small returns, all of which are efficiently and thoughtfully ploughed back into supporting Namron's services to the community. As stated in the briefing note, to extend the use of 1840 Lawn Street as temporary parking should not set a precedent within the city. The application is being placed by a not-for-profit organization that provides a necessary social service to the community. Namron is not motivated by profit, as is almost often found in property development. It is motivated by service to the community, and in this case, those in need of affordable housing and the homelessness of Indigenous people in Regina. This is something that everybody should be encouraged to support. Indigenous peoples taking the initiative and opportunity of working within the system to assist themselves by working in partnership with the municipality to improve the quality of life within the community. The email received by Namron from City Planning Branch dated March 9, 2021, states that as of April 9, 2021, unless voted otherwise, the entire 1840 Lawn Street site must be fenced off so as to avoid access from any side. This seems a costly and draconian requirement, especially when access to all temporary parking is on the closed site, together with the security, entrance, exit, electrified gateway, and the payment receptacle. This not only results in expenses to Namron in having to relocate the gate and electricals to 2301 11th Avenue site, it also results in the loss of 3 parking stalls and associated income on the permitted site. Namron appreciates the grandfathering of 2301 11th Avenue site and not the other. It seems peculiar that if one site is allowed permission for parking and the other isn't, it somewhat undervalues the nature and general importance of Namron's service to the community of Regina. Again, with respect, I would urge the City Council thoughtfully review the briefing note dated February the 7th, 2021, as earlier submitted by Namron. And I'm sure that Namron would appreciate any reconsideration it receives of the submission. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Saunders. Do any members of council have any questions for the delegate?
I just have one.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Please proceed.
Again, bringing this back to what it's actually about, it's a parking lot. I thought I heard you say that the revenue generated from the parking lot was part of the economic and business model of constructing this wonderful commercial residential space. Is that correct?
It is in the first instance, in as much as it financed the demolition of the building that was there initially, thereby made more space available for parking and income for Namron, which in turn Namron plows into its affordable housing programs, and as such it also helped pay for the demolition and as well as the preparation of the site for parking generally.
Thank you. I guess to follow up with that, is it wise to bank on this kind of approval process as part of a business model? This could go either way. In fact, all of our policies say we shouldn't advance this. Is it wise to bolt this into the business model?
Well, I think so, but of course, at that time, we were fairly assured by CMHC that they were very interested in our project, and indeed we were negotiating with them for funding. And this was slightly before the federal government came out in May of, that was 2017, with their national housing policy, which was a new program. And they promised us there was great promise in that. And it was based on that and the very positive reactions we were getting from CMHC that it became a wise thing to consider. Hindsight is 20/20 vision, of course, in these things, but I still think it was a good decision that was made at the time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Any other members of council? Seeing none, I'll thank you very much for your presentation this afternoon, Mr. Saunders, and ask that you please leave the meeting.
Thank you, ma'am.
I'd like to call upon Delegation Hugh O'Reilly. Please introduce yourself for the record and the organization you're representing, if any. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which time you'll have the opportunity to respond to questions that they may have for you. Good evening, Mr. O'Reilly.
Good evening. Thank you very much. For the record, my name is Hugh O'Reilly. I am a board member of Namarand Housing. I am a resident of the City of Toronto. I've been very active in the law and in investing in politics, and I'm currently the Executive Director of Innovate Cities. I want to, first of all, begin by thanking Regina City Council for allowing me the opportunity to make a presentation on behalf of Namarand. While I'm currently based in the City of Toronto, I grew up in the province of Saskatchewan in Fort Capel. Indeed, I recall as a youngster when we'd come to Regina, as I would see the city loom on the horizon, I always thought it always reminded me of the Emerald City from The Wizard of Oz. It was always magical for me. And I'm a proud graduate of the University of Regina. I am speaking in favor of the extension to the temporary parking lot located at 1840 Lauren to extend to December 2022. Namarand, in my opinion, is one of the leading not-for-profit or housing organizations in the city, and indeed it has a worldwide reputation. It has that reputation because it is innovative, it does things, and it is entrepreneurial, and it supports social enterprise and communities. The lands it owns on Warren Street, one of the lots of which is we're seeking the extension for, those lands were initially purchased for the purpose of building an affordable housing development. That development has been delayed for many years, in part because of the politics that exist between the federal and provincial governments, in part because of the CMHC and the time it has taken them historically to make decisions. So as a result of this, Namarand's been caught in a bit of a time warp, and it's been difficult to do this. I recognize that the length of time involved here may stretch the patience of city councilors, but I also recognize that city councilors would be well aware of the complexities in putting together a housing development. We are in the midst of a pandemic. The pandemic has affected Namarand and its social enterprises. The funds that Namarand collects are used for the purpose of maintaining affordable housing, replacing the lost rent subsidies that have been lost to the way in which affordable housing subsidies are allocated in the province of Saskatchewan. So the revenues that are earned by this parking lot, well, at one level this looks like a parking lot, but fundamentally what this is about revenues pending the development that will, I believe, take place, because we've had great conversations with CMHC, and these funds will be used to make sure that Namarand continues to meet the needs of its tenants, that it continues to offer affordable housing, and it continues to create an affordable housing community, not just of Namarand tenants, not just in the city of Regina, but across the country. And indeed, the number of times that Robert's been asked to speak at international fora also suggests it has a worldwide reputation. So I am very grateful for the time City Council has given me to make this submission in support of Namarand's position, and I'd be delighted to answer any questions that anyone may have.
Thank you very much, Mr. O'Reilly. Do any members of council have a question? I see Councillor Shaw.
Thank you, Mayor Masters. Thank you for your presentation and your kind words to this development. You had said, and I need to clarify exactly what you said, because I was trying to write down the notes and listen to you at the same time. What was the reason the CMHC was taking too long or something, through you, Madam Mayor?
Since the time this land has been purchased, we've seen a change in government. We've seen a change in government policies. We've seen the pandemic. There's also, as I understand it, some tension between the provincial and federal levels. And CMHC has recently changed policies. I would argue in part because of the work done by Robert Byers, and it is now pursuing Indigenous housing much more vigorously. So I'm very optimistic about the future in terms of getting a development underway.
Okay, so I'm trying to make business sense out of this. It's kind of a long-winded question, sorry, through you, Madam Mayor. You believe that this project's going to go. CMHC is now all of a sudden taking an interest in it when way before there was only just talks about this. But we have no federal funding and we have no provincial funding, and we believe that this will take place by 2022. Am I correct in that understanding? Through you, Madam Mayor.
I'm sorry, Councillor, was the question directed toward me or to the Mayor?
No, towards you.
I believe that an affordable housing development supported by CMHC will take place. I believe that will happen. And I appreciate that you're asking a business question, and I think they need to be asked. And indeed, we ask them at the board. But I believe we have made considerable progress in our relationship with CMHC. I believe that we are at a point now that we will see a development move forward.
So in saying that, through you, Madam Mayor, you say that you've made progress with CMHC. Can you identify what those points are of progress that you've made with them? Through you, Madam Mayor?
We've had the CMHC has someone now in charge of Indigenous housing. CMHC, I have participated in constructive conversations with them. We have pushed our issues, and we have them talking to us with respect to issues around moving forward. So I would say the conversations have been very business-oriented and have been focused on development activities.
So just to clarify, these have been conversations only. Through you, Madam Mayor.
Well, the conversations themselves are conversations that are business-like, that are held for the purpose of discussing the development activities. So I appreciate the point you seem to be making, which is that conversations arguably are quite informal. But I would suggest to you that I think the conversations have been meaningful and business-like.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Shaw. Councillor Stadnichuk.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Mr. O'Reilly, for presenting with us. I have to say that I was shocked to hear that government policies move slow in terms of change. Sorry, I'm trying to be funny. That was what I wanted to ask about, and Councillor Shaw was asking questions about that. You are acting, your conversations with CMHC then were on behalf of NAMRIND as a board member or in some other capacity in the organization that you work for?
I participate in the conversations that I've been part of. I've been there on behalf of NAMRIND.
Okay. And you have...
part of a NAMRIND delegation. Mr. Byers always leads the conversations.
Okay. Yes. Sorry. I just want to, go a little bit further into this, the level of confidence, because that's, I think, what's important to this is no one wants to see a parking lot there any longer, and we have policy on it. But if we can get something moving, I'm hoping that we'll be able to extend the parking lot, the temporary parking lot for them. But in terms of, I'm just wondering if you could speak again about how, in terms of your experience, because it's one thing someone could say, I feel optimistic about it, but your background and your experience dealing with governments, how you have what has given you that level of optimism? Through you, Madam Chair.
Well, Councillor Stadnichuk, I hesitate to give you a full autobiography because I don't want to put council to sleep. But here's what I would advise you in terms of my experience with government. In the period of the early 90s, I worked as a chief of staff in the Bob Rae government, and I was one of the most senior political advisors. Some would argue I was quite influential, but I won't necessarily say that. I was active as a lawyer. I was a partner in a major Bay Street firm called Torys. I have extensive experience when it comes to pension regulation. I also, when I was a partner at a law firm called Cavalluzzo, did a ton of work restructuring, for example, Air Canada, where I interacted regularly with regulatory authorities. From the period 2015 to 2019, March of 2019, I was the president and chief executive officer of OP Trust, which is the pension fund for the unionized civil servants in the province of Ontario, which is about 20 some odd billion dollars in assets. We regularly interacted with the provincial government, the federal government, and indeed with governments in other jurisdictions. I've been involved, the work I do at Innovate Cities, we're in and around government. We do work with municipal government. The federal government funds us. They like to be called our partner. So I would argue and I also studied, I might add, political science at the University of Regina, and I think it's always been a top school in that area. So I would argue that I have significant experience in dealing with government. Government, as you noted in your remark, Councillor Stadnichuk, sometimes moves at a pace that's difficult. Indigenous housing is a difficult issue in this country, but I would point out that the revenues from this parking lot also go towards supporting the activities that NAMRID undertakes. So I certainly have a level of confidence, a strong level of confidence that this housing development will proceed. I obviously can't speak and do not speak on behalf of the CMHC, but I believe the work that Robert Byers has done in bringing forward this development proposal, as well as speaking on behalf of Indigenous housing needs across this country, have made a difference, are making a difference, and he is very well respected at the CMHC. So I apologize if, I suppose I'm a new grandparent as of yesterday, and it's maybe when he's old enough, I'll replay my autobiography there. But I thank you very much for letting me talk about myself.
Okay, thank you, and no further questions.
Thank you, Councillor Stadnichuk. Apologies. Seeing no other questions coming in from council, I'll thank you very much, Mr. O'Reilly, for your presentation this evening and ask that you leave the meeting.
Thank you very much.
We will now consider MN 21-1, which is the reconsider decision item CR 21-16 for Lawrence Street contract zone application. Councillor Stadnichuk or Councillor Fundura, can you introduce the motion?
Cheryl, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I just have to open it up. We're bringing this motion forward to reconsider the denial of extending the parking lot. The reason is because we do believe that NAMRID is an important organization that is going to be continuing to provide affordable housing for Indigenous people in the city. They have a waiting list of over 250 families. We know that this is a needed initiative, and I am confident that it will happen, that this is a temporary parking lot. So we are asking for council to support the extension, to rescind the the previous decision and to allow the parking lot to continue until December 31, 2022. And I'm asking for your support on that.
Can there be a seconder on the motion?
I will second that.
Thank you, Councillor Findura. The matter is before you. Anyone wish to speak to reconsidering decision item CR 21-16 from Council? Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you very much. Let me begin by saying that I think our parking lot policy is of critical importance. I do not support any increases or extensions in parking downtown. We're awash with parking. So all that I said, I'm opposed to this, but I'm going to vote for it anyway. And I'm going to vote for it anyway because of something I said during the McDonald's statue debate. I said that I thought reconciliation was important, but it wasn't so much about looking back, where we'll never come into agreement, but it was about looking forward. And looking forward means education, it means less incarceration, it means dealing with poverty, it means dealing with community well-being, and dealing with affordable housing for Aboriginal people. And this checks most of those boxes in one way or another. Namarand does terrifically good work. I think that this housing is important. I think it'll help downtown. And what's more important in many ways is I think this is a real sign of reconciliation, and I hope it's taken that way. That said, I really hope that Namarand doesn't have to come back in December 2022. It'll be much more difficult at that time to attract my support. What I want to say to Namarand is, giddy up. Let's go with this. If the city is in any way involved, I want to say to the city, giddy up. Let's get this project on the road. It's an important project for a wonderful organization. It's a very important for organization. And I don't for a minute concede anything on the ban on parking lots because of it. This is not a precedent for more parking lots. So I'll be supporting this.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Councillor Mole.
Just let somebody else go before me, sorry.
Apologies. Councillor Findura.
Okay, I will go. Thank you, Mayor Masters, and I would want to say thank you to Councillor Standichuk for coming along, and I know a few others wanted to come along and look at this to reconsider. As everyone said, and the delegations did state, and what we're looking at, there is a bigger picture here than just a piece of dirt as a parking lot. There is human sacrifice, human involvement here. There is community that needs our assistance. And Councillor Hawkins did state it very well. And to talk about the reconciliation and to put aside the parking lot for just a little bit, it's a big picture. This is a good organization, very good organization. And as we noted before, is solar power, before anybody even thought about solar power. And everything goes right into the community, into the people that need it. So I think for us to help them, just to get over that little bit of a hump in the road, a little bit of a rise in the road, to making sure that their commitment to the people that they serve is true. And it shows us, sends a signal that we think about parking lots. I'm not saying we're not. Our debate is reviewing all that. we need to build something as well. So I do trust that they will build, and then the support. So I'm asking the council to support their chug up the hill to continue supporting the family. Because I mean, if we don't, we're taking away good funds for now, for the next year and a half, for no particular reason. If something comes up, Councillor Hawkins did say, 2022, there'll be something coming up out of that ground by then. I'm very confident of that. But if it doesn't, well, let's not talk about that. Let's be positive. Let's look to the future. And future is us people going together, working together to achieve the common goal. And that's what it's all about, to show that respect, to show that support to Namrin Housing, which I stated before, is number one and top contender in providing good service for people in need, housing, and all that. They are a group, social community that has won medals of what they do and how good they are since 1977. I'm proud of it, and I'm proud of our council to think about all kinds of things. We don't make things lightly. We don't think about things lightly. We consider a lot of stuff. So I appreciate that. Thank you very much, Mayor Master, giving me the few minutes to speak. And again, I will be asking for support in this very important piece. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Findura. Councillor Mole.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I was late to get my name on this motion, as I do support this reconsideration. I don't want to take away $250,000 a year of income to a non-profit owner of a parking lot, the only non-profit owner of a parking lot, if that's just the comparison to you. So I'm in full support of this reconsideration. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Mole. I'm going to have, I apologize. Councillor Zakidniak would like to speak.
Thank you. This is potentially what you were about to say, Mayor Masters, but I was just looking for clarification before we vote of what exactly we are voting on, just to be clear, since it's about rescinding and the original recommendation. So what is the motion that we will be, what is the wording, please?
Thank you. Mr. City Clerk, could you please define what's about to happen?
Yes, thank you. With respect to Councillor Zahidniak's question, if you turn to the motion MN21-1 that was put forward by Councillor Stadnichuk and Findura, this is going to be a two-part vote procedurally. So part one, the first vote is going to be whether you wish to reconsider this. In other words, do you want this put to a subsequent vote of parts 2 and 3? It's a bit cumbersome, but that's the procedure. So you will first decide if you wish to reconsider it. If that's approved, then I will put the question to you with respect to parts 2 and 3. If part 1 is denied, it's done, we are over, and the original decision will stand.
Mr. Clerk, please call the vote on number 1 of the motion.
With respect to proceeding with reconsideration, I will start with Councillor Stadnichuk, please.
In favor.
Councillor Hawkins.
In favor.
Councillor Stevens.
On reconsideration, yes.
Councillor Bresciani.
In favor.
Councillor Findura.
In favor.
Councillor LeBlanc.
In favor.
Councillor Shaw.
Opposed.
Councillor Zahidniak.
Opposed.
Councillor Mancinelli. Councillor Mancinelli. Councillor Mole.
In favor.
Mayor Masters.
In favor.
Councillor Mancinelli, are you on the line? The motion to reconsider is carried 10-2, Mayor Masters, so I will proceed with parts 2 and 3. 10-2, I'm sorry. With one app. 8-2, I'm sorry. With one absent.
Thank you.
With respect to reverting back to the original motion as described in parts 2 and 3, I will again start with Councillor Stadnichuk, please.
In favor.
Councillor Hawkins.
In favor.
Councillor Stevens.
Opposed.
Councillor Bresciani.
Opposed.
Councillor Findura.
In favor.
Councillor LeBlanc.
Opposed.
Councillor Shaw.
Opposed.
Councillor Zahidniak.
Opposed.
Councillor Mancinelli. Councillor Mancinelli. Councillor Mole,
In favor.
Mayor Masters.
In favor.
I will ask Councillor Mancinelli one more time as we have a tie vote. Councillor Mancinelli, are you on the line? I have no vote. Mayor, the vote is tied 5-5. It is deemed to have been lost. So with that...
Madam Mayor, I move adjournment.
Thank you. Do we get a second?
I second that, Bresciani.
Okay. Yeah.
Call the vote, please, on adjournment.
Councillor Hawkins, I'll begin with you, please.
In favor.
Councillor Stevens.
In favor.
Councillor Bresciani.
In favor.
Councillor Findura.
Opposed.
Councillor LeBlanc. Councillor LeBlanc. Councillor Shaw.
In favor.
Councillor Zahidniak.
Opposed.
Councillor Mancinelli. Councillor Mole.
In-
Can you repeat that, Councillor Mole, please?
In favor.
Councillor Stadnichuk.
In favor.
Mayor Masters.
In favor.
We stand adjourned, Mayor. 7 voted in favor.
Thanks very much, Council, for toughing that out till 7 o'clock tonight. Have a great night. Stay safe, and we'll talk soon.